Thank you. Welcome to the annual meeting of the Arms Control Association. I'm here with a great deal of happiness and pride. First, happy to see so many of our supporters, to see so many people who realize the urgent questions around weapons of mass destruction that the U.S. continues to confront on a daily basis. I think of this group and a couple hundred more who are online as an emotional support group for those of us working in the field, and I'm grateful for that. I'm also very proud of the team at the Arms Control Association, the staff that we have. They make sound recommendations on national security policy that help to reduce the threat of the use of nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. They work with the public to build awareness of the continuing dangers that our country and the world face. They join and sometimes lead a coalition of equally dedicated arms control and grassroots groups around the country and indeed internationally. And one of the recent products of this coalition work we'll talk about later today, and that is our recent urgent call to halt and reverse the nuclear arms race. And the staff all does that with a very small staff. They are incredible, hardworking, brilliant people. And I and the other members of the board of directors can't thank them enough. And we do it through the support of donors, both major foundations and individuals, whether they are a member at a lower level of donation, but some very significant larger donors as well. And we will have an opportunity both to thank them and then to give you the hard sell to join or to increase your annual donation. We're together today at yet another crucial moment. It does seem in this line of work that every moment is a crucial turning point. It does seem that although we have few advances in the arms control arena to celebrate, we've done the crucial job of trying to maintain the international guardrails that protect us from proliferation, protect us from the threat of nuclear war. We do our best with partners all around the world to keep the world from sliding backwards into a still more dangerous moment. And yet this is a crucial moment right here. The topics that we're going to cover today are in the news today. We welcome what President Putin has said, essentially endorsing what the ACA and other groups have been arguing for a couple of years, that it is essential to have an extension of the terms, if not the treaty itself, of the terms of the New START treaty before it expires in February. And we look forward to seeing a positive response from the United States to that idea. We are on the eve of a snapback of sanctions on Iran, which would be perhaps the last nail in the coffin of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, with very little clarity about what comes next. But we will try in one of our panels today to delve into that question. And we will also talk about where is the American public on these issues? What do we care about? What are people worried about? And is there more that can be done to educate, inform, and mobilize the American people about the choices that are being made in their name? So it's an exciting program, and I thank you all again for coming here today. One of the issues that I have watched closely over the last 20 years is the interest of the United States Congress in these issues. There was a time when both the Senate and the House had literally dozens of members, of leaders who were informed and interested and active on issues of nonproliferation and nuclear weapons policy. I've seen that number gradually decline. I've seen a distressing decrease in the interest that members have in this topic. It's a pleasure to introduce one of those people who is sustaining the interest, the knowledge, and the active involvement that all of us should want to see from both the House and the Senate. Chris Van Hollen is in his second term as a senator from Maryland, where I reside. He has been interested in our issues throughout this time. He has introduced legislation back in 2019 urging the extension of New START at that time. He has kept a watchful eye on conventional arms transfer and the policies of both the Biden and the Trump administration regarding transfers of conventional weapons to the Middle East. And he is a member of a group that Arms Control Association is happy to advise, the Bicameral Nuclear Weapons and Arms Control Working Group. I don't think there's a better person from the Congress to address these issues with us today, and I am proud to welcome Senator Van Hollen, and I ask you to welcome him as well.
Well, thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, first of all, for that introduction. It's wonderful to have you as a constituent. It's always a good idea to have a constituent introduce you as a member of Congress. You never know when they need their road plowed or when. But seriously, most of all, Tom, I want to thank you for your years of public service and for your leadership here as chairman of the Arms Control Association. If we can give Tom a big round of applause. And I also want to thank your entire team. As you said, it may not be large in numbers, but it is large in terms of output and brain power. And I salute your stellar CEO, Darrell Kimball, and the others who are part of this effort. So thank you all very much. I have to say it's great to get off of Capitol Hill. It's especially good to be off of Capitol Hill and with you to discuss these very important issues. I should say a brief word about the other issue that is gripping Washington right now, and that is the rising prospect of a government shutdown due to President Trump's demand that he get a blank check from the Congress and his refusal to turn off a ticking time bomb on America's health care at the end of this year if we don't diffuse it. I hope we can work all of that out. We're here, of course, today to talk about a different ticking time bomb, the risks of a nuclear conflict and the total devastation that it would bring. The doomsday clock was established by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists 78 years ago in the wake of World War II. And it now stands at 89 seconds to midnight, the closest to global catastrophe it has ever been. For over 50 years, you at the Arms Control Association have worked to prevent that clock from reaching catastrophic nuclear midnight. Indeed, you have been very focused on trying to move the hands of that clock backwards so that we reduce the risks of nuclear catastrophe. Back in 1983, and I'm dating myself here, I read a New Yorker series called The Fate of the Earth by Jonathan Schell. His article spelled out in graphic detail how a nuclear conflagration would be the end of life on Earth as we know it. It was so alarming that I decided to try to do my part to prevent it. I became very involved in the movement for nuclear arms control in college and in graduate school. From there, I went to work on these issues in the United States Senate, first as a staff member for arms control and defense to former Maryland Senator Mac Mathias, who was a major proponent of nuclear arms control, and later as a member of the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I'm now a senator on that committee, and while much has changed in those intervening years, one thing remains the same. A global nuclear war would effectively end life on Earth as we know it. And so when the consequences of failure are so high and so catastrophic, it behooves us to think of all the ways we can prevent it. And that, of course, is what you do here at the Arms Control Association. And it's been an honor to work with you over that entire period of time, from the time I was a staff member on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to my time as a member of that committee now. You know, back then, we had a simpler world. Militarily and politically, it was a bipolar world. You had two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, each developing large nuclear arsenals. There was a balance of nuclear terror, the threat of mutual assured destruction, MAD, and that was the essence of deterrence. It would take much too long to discuss all the ways that nuclear doctrine has evolved over the years, but one thing that has changed is we do live now in a more complicated, multipolar world with more nuclear powers and the threat of more nuclear proliferation to come. And stopping the proliferation of nuclear weapons, which increases the risk of catastrophic miscalculation, must be a top priority. The conflict in May of this year between nuclear-armed India and Pakistan was a sober reminder of the risks of a conflict that could escalate to the use of nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, in the midst of Russia's brutal war against Ukraine, Putin and others in Russia have made reckless threats about the use of nuclear weapons. Totally irresponsible. And Russia has been intruding recently on the airspace of NATO countries like Estonia and Poland. As they do that, the risk of miscalculation rises. Elsewhere in the world, from Iran to North Korea and beyond, we see the existing nuclear nonproliferation and arms control regime frame. In his United Nations speech, President Trump said that he wanted sweeping denuclearization. I would support an effort to achieve that goal, but he has yet to advance any proposals. It is more vital than ever that the President pursue and Congress support nuclear arms control diplomacy with Iran, with Russia, with China, with North Korea, and others to reduce the risk of war, better manage the strategic competition, and reduce the dangers posed by the world's most lethal weapons. No case is more pressing at the moment than dealing with Iran's nuclear program, and Tom mentioned you'll be focused on that here today. The JCPOA, which was brokered between the United States, Iran, and some of our partners in 2015, was not perfect, but it did provide essential safeguards, essential guardrails against Iran's developing a nuclear weapon. The first Trump administration recklessly pulled out of that agreement in 2018, and not surprisingly, that resulted in Iran reducing its compliance with the agreement. In the event of noncompliance, the JCPOA has a mechanism called the snapback provision for the UN Security Council to reimpose UN sanctions on Iran. And you all follow this very closely. You probably know that last week at the initiative of the E3, France, Britain, and Germany, the UN Security Council voted to trigger that provision. And unless the UN Security Council acts to reverse it by September 28th, so just 3 days from today, the UN prohibitions against Iranian enrichment, restrictions on arms transfers, and redesignation of individuals and entities connected to Iran's nuclear and missile programs will be reimposed. Following the war between Israel and Iran and the Trump administration's attack on Iranian nuclear facilities, the Iranian government barred the IAEA inspectors from assessing nuclear facilities. Then in early September, prior to the UN Security Council vote on snapback, the IAEA and Iran had reached an agreement in principle that inspectors could return to conduct on-site inspections. It did not include a clear timeline, but it was a step in the right direction that needed to be pursued. However, after the UN Security Council voted for the snapback provisions, Iran once again suspended its cooperation with the IAEA. I have long supported the goal of ensuring that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. But bombing is not, in my view, the best and certainly not the most sustainable way of achieving that goal. President Trump said again during his speech at the UN General Assembly that the strike on the Iranian nuclear sites had obliterated them, but I have yet to see evidence of that. We know from public reporting that a Defense Intelligence Agency assessment found that the strikes only set back Iran's nuclear program by a few months. The head of DIA was later fired because that assessment did not fit into the president's narrative. And I should say that this is a very dangerous development when you begin to see professionals in the U.S. government, here, the Defense Department, we're also seeing it at the CIA and other intelligence agencies. When people are punished because their factual findings do not fit the narrative of the President of the United States, that is a recipe for miscalculation, disaster, and just getting bad information that leads to bad decisions for our country. On top of that assessment, we also know that the strike was conducted against the backdrop of a U.S. intelligence assessment that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon, which is an assessment that has not changed since the year 2007. Amid all of this, I believe the door to diplomacy is not yet shut. The United States, the E3, and Iran should move swiftly to restart negotiations on a pragmatic, effective nuclear agreement. If not, there's increased risk that Iran will resume, certainly at some point, sensitive nuclear activities and a new military crisis between Israel, the United States, and Iran could erupt. With bold and decisive leadership, the E3, Washington, and Tehran can still give diplomacy time to work and avert the risk of another escalatory spiral. And the Arms Control Association, to its credit, has advanced some constructive proposals on the best way forward. I want to now turn to a less immediate but increasingly pressing risk regarding the impending expiration of the New START agreement with Russia, which is set to terminate in February of next year. This termination date is looming as Putin continues his brutal war against Ukraine. President Trump, of course, said he would bring that war to an end on day one, but in my view, his efforts to cozy up and appease Putin have only further emboldened Putin. From comments made just in the last 48 hours, President Trump appears to realize that, but we will see what comes next. I do believe that even amidst the ongoing war in Ukraine, it remains in America's interest to maintain a nuclear arms control regime with Russia. And President Trump has said repeatedly that he wants talks with Putin on the denuclearization of the massive Russian and U.S. nuclear arsenals. If that's to succeed, we should start now. 3 days ago, as Tom mentioned, Putin said Russia would adhere to the New START treaty for 1 year, beginning at its expiration date, February 5th, 2026. So he agreed to extend that for a year, meaning Russia would comply with it. This is a very important signal, in my view, and one that the Trump administration should reciprocate. Senator Markey and I and others said as much in a letter that we sent to the administration in February of this year. That is a small but important step, I believe, to prevent unintended consequences and escalation. Both leaders should also pursue negotiations now to hammer out details of a follow-on agreement. Starting now would make a lot of sense, given the situation we're in. And those negotiations can include, among other things, discussions of Russia's development of new types of intermediate-range missiles, as well as some new strategic systems, including hypersonic missiles designed to bypass U.S. defense capabilities. While the United States and Russia have by far the largest nuclear arsenals in the world, China's nuclear arsenal is the fastest growing, rising to about 600 warheads at the beginning of the year, about 100 more year to year. Now, China has resisted efforts to draw it into nuclear arms control discussions with the United States and Russia, arguing that its arsenal remains small in comparison, which it is. But I believe we should seek to pursue bilateral discussions with China to prevent misunderstanding and miscalculation. We did see a small opening under the Biden administration where China was willing to engage on nuclear issues bilaterally. Those talks did not progress far, but the precedent was important, and I believe we should revive those discussions. In addition to pursuing arms control discussions with Russia and China and working on the nonproliferation issues, we should also do our part here at home to avoid a costly arms race. I'm all for the reasonable modernization of our nuclear arsenal. You need to keep it up to date. But we do not need to engage in wasteful spending that does not achieve that goal. And it's clear that administrations from both parties have invested in wasteful and unnecessary programs. For years, administrations, Democrats and Republicans, have invested in the Sentinel program, which would replace the existing force of Minuteman III ICBMs, despite it being much more expensive than simply extending the life of the Minuteman program. Last year, the Defense Department announced that the program had breached what is known as the Nunn-McCurdy threshold. This is a limit designed to prevent huge cost overruns in major defense acquisition programs. It reported a new cost estimate for the Sentinel of $140 billion, which was an 81% spike since the previous estimate. Add to that other programs like the Nuclear Sea-Launched Cruise Missile Program, the SLCM program, to the list of costly, redundant, and potentially destabilizing programs, and you see a series of expenditures that do not achieve, in my view, the goals that we seek. I have for years proposed an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Bill to strike the sea-launched, the SLCM, nuclear SLCM. Unfortunately, despite the fact that way back in the Obama administration they tried to phase it out, this thing keeps going on. The same is true of President Trump's proposed Golden Dome missile shield. A continental-scale, layered, intercepted network would be a budgetary sink, running to hundreds of billions, maybe trillions of dollars, without achieving its intended purpose. And that's the main point. It is simply a revival of President Reagan's proposed Strategic Defense Initiative, popularly known as Star Wars. It is one thing to have systems designed for limited area defense or to intercept missiles from a minor adversary. That I support. But we know from the failed Star Wars experience that the costs of overwhelming such a defense system are far less than the costs of trying to maintain it. I was very involved back in the Star Wars debate when I was a staff member on the Hill, and I remember the arguments back and forth well, and the reality is that Star Wars Strategic Defense Initiative ended up as we predicted, not being able to prove itself capable of providing that kind of strategic defense on any kind of cost-effective basis. And that would be the same of this proposal as well. The Congressional Budget Office, just in April of this year, issued its latest 10-year cost projection for the Departments of Defense and the Department of Energy, and their plans to operate, sustain, and modernize existing U.S. nuclear forces and purchase of new forces. A total of $946 billion in the 2025 to 2034 period, about $95 billion a year, which in my view is a huge, unnecessary cost to the American people. Again, I am supportive of nuclear modernization efforts. I'm not supportive of efforts that are expensive and do not achieve our goals in a cost-effective way for the American people. While the Arms Control Association has been a decades-long champion on nuclear arms control and non-proliferation efforts, I was also glad to see your recent statements on the need to ensure that our conventional arms transfer policies comply with U.S. law and international humanitarian law. That's why I work closely with the Biden administration to codify international humanitarian law requirements for conventional arms sales into what became known as National Security Memorandum 20, or NSM 20. I worked many, many days, weeks to accomplish that with the Biden administration, and I thought it was a pretty good project, and I think it was a pretty good result in writing. The idea was pretty straightforward. When U.S. taxpayers fund and supply weapons to a foreign government, that government must promise to use those weapons in compliance with U.S. and international law, and it created a mechanism for the enforcement of those obligations. Unfortunately, the Biden administration did not enforce the provisions of its own directive, and the Trump administration tore it up as soon as they came into office. Americans deserve to know that their taxpayer dollars going to other countries are being used in accordance with American law and American values. And I will continue to fight for that principle, and I'm glad to have the support of the Arms Control Association in that cause. You, the Arms Control Association, have years of experience that you bring to these important questions. And I want to thank you because I do believe your efforts have helped us prevent some of the bad things we might have otherwise done in this country and this world. But you also know that that clock is closer than ever to nuclear midnight, and that we have a lot more work to do. As I said earlier, much has changed since the time I was a staff member on the Senate Foreign Relations to becoming a member of that committee, but one thing remains the same, and that is the joint statement made by Russian leader Mikhail Gorbachev and President Ronald Reagan in Geneva 30 years ago. And I quote, "A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought." That is the mission of the Arms Control Association, and I look forward to continue to work with you in that mission and to help build a more peaceful and prosperous world. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Senator, for what you have said and now for your willingness to endure a few questions. I will ask two questions. If anyone in the audience has a question, they should jot it down on one of the handy notepads and our ACA staff will collect them and pass them to me. Let me start with the statements by President Trump concerning his interest in genuine denuclearization, in reducing the nuclear budget, the nuclear arsenal. We have welcomed those statements, and we should welcome them. My concern is manifold, but let me just mention first that the team is not there. I don't know who is in charge of any nuclear policy at the National Security Council. The best people with experience in negotiating with both Russia and China are no longer in the State Department. Some of them are here today. But my other concern is on many things that the president says, members of his own party are quick to praise those statements. I have not heard any members of his party line up behind him and say, we agree on the need for denuclearization, for arms control. So my question is, how seriously can we take the president's intent? And can we count on the Congress to be supportive of any effort that goes in that direction?
So, Tom, like you, I was pleased to see the statements, both in terms of denuclearization, as well as an effort to deal with the Biological Weapons Convention, both things that he mentioned in his UN remarks the other day. You know, I'm skeptical of the capacity to implement it, even if the will were there. And for the reasons you said, you know, we have seen just a chainsaw taken to many of the capabilities we have in the U.S. government in terms of people who work on these issues. And if you're serious about launching something like this, you obviously need to build a team that shares the goals and has the expertise. Let's say that did happen. You know, my experience on the Hill is if this is something that Donald Trump wanted to make a priority and wanted to advance, you'd have a lot of Republicans falling in line. I'm talking about if he really wanted to press it. I mean, that's the pattern on everything else. I mean, I'm not going to go into great detail, but I think you can observe that Republicans in Congress have, in my view, essentially surrendered their constitutional duties to Donald Trump. In many areas, that would be a big problem. But I guess what I'm saying is if Donald Trump really wanted to make this an initiative, I think he could. And frankly, the idea of denuclearization is one that can capture the imagination of the American people. I mean, I remember when Ronald Reagan went to Reykjavik and talked about a, you know, world without nuclear weapons. That also, I think, captured the imagination of many people. And as you know, President Reagan ended up entering into some important agreements with the Soviets at the time, the Soviet Union. So this is a long way of saying that if he really was committed to it, I think he could get support in the Congress. But I'm not convinced that one statement at the end of a UN General Assembly speech is a real commitment.
Thank you, and keep the questions coming. They're already great. My second question relates to budget. You noted the Congressional Budget Office estimate of spending at least $95 billion a year from the federal budget on the nuclear weapons complex. And that, of course, does not include a topic that we'll cover later today, the Golden Dome proposal, that puts us well over $100 billion a year, about the amount that was recently taken from healthcare programs in the U.S. What I'm interested in, well, what I see is all of one party and enough of another party are gung-ho for ever-increasing nuclear spending. And I'm wondering if you see that dynamic changing and the Congress taking a more critical look at nuclear weapons budgets in the next few years.
Well, Tom, there's what I would like to see, and then there's what's happening now. Probably is no surprise to all of you to know that the military-industrial complex is alive and well in today's America. Eisenhower warned about it years ago, and we continue to see that pattern. I mean, we've seen weapon systems like the nuclear slickums that administrations in the past have not wanted, that Congress then foisted upon the administration. Now the Trump administration has embraced that. But I would like to see a much more focus on these issues. I think we need to take a much bigger spotlight to the nuclear weapons programs, as well as other conventional programs at the Defense Department. I think people know that the Defense Department is the one federal government agency that has never passed an audit. I think the American people don't fully recognize, and we need to talk more about this, that over half of discretionary spending is on defense. Half of discretionary spending, right? So if you take off the table Medicare and Social Security and those kind of programs, the year-to-year annual appropriations is over 50% defense. That does not include money on other security programs like Homeland Security. That doesn't include domestic law enforcement. That doesn't include the services that we provide to the men and women who served us, the Veterans Administration. So my view is that we need to reform that entire procurement system, and that as part of that, we need to look long and hard at the nuclear modernization program and separate out what we need to achieve our goals of deterrence and what is a waste of taxpayer money, given all those other priorities that you're talking about, including a whopping big deficit and increasing debt levels. So there's a lot of room for improvement here. I do think this is going to get more attention in the coming months. Many of us are really focused on. I don't serve on the Armed Services Committee. I serve on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I do serve on the Appropriations Committee, though. And this is an area that I think is very fruitful for more engagement. I'll end with this. I think drawing the public into this conversation can be very important, because when this kind of spending goes on automatic pilot, outside of public scrutiny, then that's when you see more wasteful spending. So I do hope we will up our efforts to shine a spotlight on this.
Okay, thank you. I have so many excellent questions from the audience that we are canceling the rest of the program, keeping the senator all afternoon. I'm going to read 3 related questions. Don't feel like you have to answer each in detail, but I think they're excellent questions and related to each other. First, how do you suggest we incentivize our own representatives in the Congress to engage in sensible nuclear policies? What is the most effective advocacy you have seen or been part of on nuclear issues, and what can we learn about this today? And what do you suggest students and young people do? So any pieces
Sure.
of
Well,
those.
there's a common thread there,
Yes.
Tom. I do believe that members of Congress pay attention to what their constituents are saying. And so I do think the public education piece of this is very important. And the Arms Control Association plays a very important role in that. Other organizations do as well. But I do think that the message that you have here, the Arms Control Association, needs to get out more widely among the American people. And I think that will cause more of them to bring this attention to their members. You can do that directly as well. But you mentioned the cost factor. I mean, that is having a direct impact on the American people and American taxpayers. Bringing those kind of issues to their attention, especially when you can make the argument that not only is something wasteful spending, but it's actually potentially destabilizing, not actually serving their security interests. I think we need a more organized grassroots effort to accomplish that. And students can be a very important part of that effort, because I believe until this issue becomes more pronounced among American voters, it's going to be harder to get a lot of members to focus on it. I mean, I talked about, the 1980s and the focus on this. I mean, during the middle of the Cold War, with the U.S. and the Soviet Union, armed to the teeth in terms of their nuclear weapons, there was a great deal of focus on that. So, someone like me, who was, in school, in high school, and looking at the different issues and challenges around the world, this was front and center. And because we don't have that sort of bipolar world where every day in the news there's not something about the balance of terror, mutually assured destruction, and these two big arsenals, that public role, that public spotlight has been diminished, even as the dangers have not. And so that is the challenge, is to let people know that the dangers have not receded, even though there's less public spotlight on it. So that's a long way of saying we need to work to find a way to put more attention on this issue. You can do it here in Washington, and that's important. But the more the American public is informed of the costs and the challenges, the better off we'll be.
Thanks. I note that Arms Control Association is not a grassroots group, but I have so much admiration for those across the country who are working on these issues, and there's literally hundreds of such groups that we try to work with and for. Let me ask this question to go further on Iron Dome. Given your concern over nuclear conflict, why are you opposed to Golden Dome?
Well, let me just say, if I thought that Golden Dome could actually work, meaning provide a impervious defense to incoming missiles in large scale, then I would obviously support that. I would support that. But I think we know that that's not what the result will be, and we know that from experience, and we know that because of what we would do if one of our adversaries wanted to try to put up some version of it. We would make sure that we had the capacity through our offensive systems to overwhelm it. And we know from experience and basic math that it is cheaper, much cheaper to overwhelm a system like that than to be able to have such a system keep pace with the threat. This is exactly why SDI, Star Wars, never materialized. And again, I am not opposed to using, obviously, missile defense for area defense. I'm not opposed to putting in place systems that could intercept, a minor adversary. We've talked about, like if North Korea wanted to launch a missile at the United States, and they've threatened to, use their missile capacity to have a system that could intercept that. But that is a very different thing than being able to develop a system that can prevent, for example, Russia from being able to attack us. And the reason that would also obviously undermine the offensive nuclear missile regimes. This is, the ABM treaty back in the day was there for a reason. We obviously no longer have the ABM treaty, but you could be sure that if, for example, today, Russia decided to try to deploy its own Golden Dome, we would break out of the New START agreement. You're not going to get a New START agreement, unlikely to get a New START agreement, certainly with the limits you have today, if your major adversary decides to try to build a Golden Dome. So it's not that the idea of defense is not something that is appealing. I mean, that's why Ronald Reagan talked about it. I mean, it is appealing. It's just when you try to put that idea into practice, you quickly learn that it will have unintended consequences. More money and in the end, less security.
Thanks. My son used to keep in his laboratory a poster that said, "English is important, but physics is importanter." I'm looking forward to meeting a physicist who thinks the project is feasible. I've met a number of folks from the defense industry who believe it. No physicists so far. Last quick question about China. Adam Smith and other members of the House recently visited China just this past week. Interested in visiting? Anything else you can say to encourage a more fruitful dialogue between the U.S. and China, not only on nuclear issues, but across the board?
Yes, I am. I'm not in the camp that believes that we, have to be in the equivalent of a Cold War with China. I think there's a consensus across the board on Capitol Hill that we need to be smart about China. They are a huge competitor. They're an adversary in many arenas. But we also need to make sure that we constructively engage with them in areas where we have overlapping interests. That used to include climate change, but I heard the other day that that's just a hoax. China, as you probably saw, I mean, President Xi, I think it was close after the UNGA, talked about their turbocharged efforts, actually, in terms of clean energy. And it's going to be a huge help to them in the global markets when they, continue to outpace us in many of these areas. But anyway, that's an area. Our arms control is clearly an area where we have a common interest in, again, avoiding miscalculation. And with respect to the broader relationship, I'm a believer in, engaging in diplomacy. You're not going to agree on everything. Find those areas you can agree on and pursue them. You're a former Foreign Service officer. I grew up in a Foreign Service family. I believe in the huge benefits of diplomacy. And, our national security rests on defense, diplomacy. I also think development is important. We seem to be a lot less interested in that these days with what happened at AID. But I do think when it comes to China, we should sit down with them, find common ground where possible, and manage our differences in a way that doesn't result in miscalculation.
Thank you. Before we let the senator go, let me just say to the audience as he departs, please stay in your seat for 2 or 3 minutes. Then we will have a short coffee break, and I ask you to be back in your seats for our next speaker at 1 o'clock, or at the latest, 1:01. Senator, thank you very much for your time and your insight.
everyone. If you could please be seated, we're going to start in about 30 to 45 seconds. Ryan, if you would, those notes. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, welcome
صدا رو
back.
من نداره.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome, Dr. Zarif. I'm Daryl Kimball. I'm the director of the Arms Control Association, and we're now going to move to the next segment of this year's 2025 annual meeting, how effective diplomacy can still solve the impasse over Iran's nuclear program. As we heard Senator Van Hollen speak earlier, diplomacy is essential. Diplomacy and dialogue are essential, especially with respect to international security and peace issues. And one cannot just negotiate with your friends, but you must negotiate and speak with all sides. And to help explore the question of how the United States, Europe, the international community, and Iran can address the ongoing disputes about Iran's nuclear program and security in the Middle East. We're honored to have with us Dr. Mohammad Javad Zarif. He's the former foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and he is appearing here live from Tehran. And we're very grateful to all of the people involved in the communications between here and Tehran and our team here that this is working. So Dr. Zarif, thank you for being here. He is currently an associate professor of global studies at the University of Tehran. He is the founder of a new innovative research and consulting initiative called Possibilities Architects, Inspiring Ascending Beyond, which is abbreviated PAIAB, thus what you see on the screen behind Dr. Zarif. Before, he served for 31 years in key diplomatic roles in the government of the Republic of Iran. Most recently, he was Vice President for Strategic Affairs for President Masoud Pezeshkian. And of course, many of us, in fact, I think all of us know him from his period between 2013 and 2021 when he was the foreign minister and Iran's chief negotiator for issues relating to the nuclear program, and he is one of the co-authors of the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which was one of the most sophisticated agreements in the history of nonproliferation diplomacy. That agreement, as you all will recall, acknowledged Iran's option to enrich uranium under safeguards, put intrusive inspections in place, and promised to lift economic sanctions. But as we all heard before from Senator Van Hollen, I'll just remind us again, not long after the JCPOA was concluded and implemented successfully, the United States under President Trump withdrew in 2018, imposed many of the U.S. sanctions, which led Iran, beginning in 2019, to build up its uranium enrichment capacity, its stockpiles, and to reduce cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. And since then, both sides have missed opportunities to restore compliance and reach a new confidence-building arrangement, restore compliance with the JCPOA. And now we are at a critical moment. In the wake of the Israeli-U.S. military strikes against major Iranian nuclear facilities, we're entering a new and more difficult phase. And these strikes, which were illegal under international law by two nuclear-armed states on Iran at their nuclear sites under safeguards, inflicted heavy damage, but did not eliminate the program. It also disrupted promising diplomacy and halted the IAEA's monitoring mission in Iran. So, as you heard earlier, European powers have moved to snap back the international sanctions that were lifted under the terms of the JCPOA. And if that happens this weekend, this will effectively end the JCPOA era. The Europeans say they want Iran to present a detailed report on its nuclear sites and a time frame for visits for inspectors, direct talks with Washington. Iran has expressed it wants diplomacy, but assurances there'll be no further attacks and recognition of its rights to a peaceful nuclear program under the NPT, among other measures. So unless there is a breakthrough in the next 24 to 36 hours, the sanctions will snap back. And this may trigger a new and deeper nonproliferation crisis. On the other hand, if there's a solution, it may open the way for new solutions to prevent proliferation in the Middle East in the years ahead, such as a potential regional nuclear cooperation consortium, as Mr. Zarif has written about recently in an essay that was published in The Guardian in July. So because the Arms Control Association believes that nonproliferation challenges are best solved through constructive, direct dialogue and common sense win-win diplomatic outcomes, we've asked Dr. Zarif in his capacity as a private citizen to join us at this critical moment. As one physicist, Tom Countryman was talking about a physicist before, as one physicist, Albert Einstein, who you may have heard of, once said, "Peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding." So none of us, I would add, can afford to shy away from the views and perspectives that differ from our own. We can't solve these difficult issues without a clear understanding of the history, the perspectives and ideas of others, whether they be friends, partners, or erstwhile adversaries. So that's why we've asked Dr. Zarif to help us look ahead, to share his perspectives on how the government of Iran, the government of the United States, and other concerned parties might still find a peaceful negotiated formula to address Iran's concerns and the concerns of the international community about Iran's sensitive nuclear activities. So after Dr. Zarif speaks, we're going to put a few questions to him. I will be putting a few questions to him. We should have time to take a couple of questions from journalists here. So with that, I welcome you. Javad, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. I'm pleased to join you from Tehran, not as a government representative, but from the nascent Payab Institute, an NGO that is dedicated to architecting inspiring future possibilities instead of remaining prisoners of our pasts. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 3 decades, Iran's nuclear program has been approached from 2 interrelated perspectives. Iran's adversaries have considered it a clandestine program to build nuclear weapons and to engage in what they called nuclear blackmail. Netanyahu has repeatedly claimed that Iran is a few weeks or months away from a bomb. He has led this campaign since the mid-1990s, well before Iran even had an enrichment program. On the other side of the spectrum, more reasonable observers have considered Iran's enrichment program as a lawful program to acquire the so-called legal capability. Both, though, assume that the Iranian nuclear program is ultimately geared towards nuclear weapons. I contend that a third explanation, namely dignity, explains Iran's nuclear program more accurately and enables the world to deal with it more successfully. Let us briefly consider the facts. Iran, for years, has been heavily sanctioned, securitized, threatened, subjected to sabotage, assassination of its scientists, and military attacks. Yet, despite all this, it has not caved in. Instead, its resolve has been hardened. The so-called crippling sanctions of the Obama administration and 6 UN Security Council resolutions only managed to increase Iran's enrichment capability from less than 200 centrifuges in 2003 to 19,000 in 2030. In 2009 and 2010, the Stuxnet cyber attack by US and Israel, and Israel's assassination of Iranian nuclear scientists briefly slowed Iran, but it was immediately followed by further enhancement of Iran's capacity. Under the so-called maximum pressure, after Trump's 2018 withdrawal from the JCPOA, Iran expanded its enrichment activities from nearly 5,000 separative work units in June 2019 to nearly 130,000 in June 2025, and from under 4% to over 60% purity, while drastically reducing cooperation with the IAEA. In late 2020, Israel assassinated Iran's most prominent nuclear scientist, Dr. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh. In response, Iran's parliament quickly passed a law to increase nuclear enrichment and limit inspector access. Rather than intimidating Iran, that terrorist operation killed any possibility for a compromise with the incoming Biden administration. I should add that this eventuality was actually the stated objective of Israel's terrorist operation. Believe it or not, Netanyahu considers dialogue and stability as his real existential threat. Just a few months ago, two nuclear-armed powers launched an intensive 12-day campaign aimed at Iran's nuclear infrastructure. The strikes targeted Iran's scientists, enrichment sites, and more. Yet, Iran did not surrender or renounce its nuclear program. Key facilities were hit, but Iran emerged more convinced than ever that it must rely on itself and never trust the West. The population rallied around the flag, and the leadership asserted victory and underscored Iran's right and intention to continue nuclear activities. The fact is, Iran's knowledge cannot be bombed away. After the strikes, Iranians began debating whether Iran should withdraw from the NPT and build a bomb. Yet, the leader openly rejected a couple of days ago the demand of a growing portion of the population to weaponize the program. Now let us state the two prevailing approaches and see whether either can explain the past 30 years. The first treated Iran as a potential proliferator that must be constrained at all costs. The second assumed that Iran's goal is to obtain at least a latent nuclear weapons capability, the so-called legal capability, for deterrence. Both tend to interpret every Iranian action as dishonest, as part of a secret bomb plan, or at least an ambition to be one step away from a bomb. Both have prescribed to treat Iran as a problem to be tackled by pressure, sanctions to choke off its economy, inspections to catch any illicit activity, military action to set back its progress, and even regime change to remove the so-called threat. Now, after over 30 years of standoff, it is evident that both these conventional perspectives need serious reassessment. If either of those interpretations were even partially accurate, we would not be where we are today. If Iran wanted to build a bomb, it would have done so by now, having paid a higher price for not having a bomb than those who actually built them. Why has it paid such a high price without finishing the job that 30 years ago Netanyahu claimed would be done in 6 months? If Iran wanted to engage in nuclear blackmail, why has the counter blackmail of sanctions and brute force failed to end it? Why has it not been compelled by economic pain to give up its nuclear work for the rather lucrative offers of normalization of ties, investments, and so on? Alternatively, if Iran wanted the enrichment program to provide deterrence through legal capability, why doesn't Iran either stop enrichment or opt for building a bomb now that it has been proven that its enrichment program, far from being a deterrent, has been a pretext as well as a target for attacks and an excuse for economic pressure? But Iran has done neither. It did not capitulate, nor did it dash for a bomb, even now, when popular demand is high and legal justification can be easily produced. Iran instead has steadfastly continued nuclear development without weaponization. It is crystal clear that the situation cannot be explained by these narratives, which have led to the assumption that more pressure would eventually force Iran to surrender. In my view, the missing link in these narratives is Iran's dignity. Iranian leaders and much of its population view the nuclear issue through the lens of dignity, historical pride, and national resilience, not through the cold calculations of nuclear capability or economic cost. The oldest civilization state, with a proud imperial history, was subjected to loss of territory, occupation, and humiliation from 1804 to 1946, and to alien dependent capability from 1946 to 1979. Since the revolution, as Iran successfully reasserted its independent identity and dignity, it has been bullied and disrespected for decades by the Iraq War, US sanctions, UN double standards, demonization, the betrayal of the JCPOA, and finally, an outright aggression by two nuclear-armed powers. Having been able to withstand all of this, albeit at immense cost, Iran refuses to humiliate itself by bowing to coercion. For Iran, maintaining a nuclear program in the face of external pressure has become a symbol of independence and honor, and one cannot put a price on this. The truth is that while the world has looked at Iran's nuclear program primarily in terms of non-proliferation, Iran's leaders and much of its population have been looking back at the world through the prism of dignity and national pride. This fundamental disconnect of perspectives is at the heart of our failure to resolve the issue. The nuclear negotiations leading to the JCPOA in 2015 acknowledged Iran's dignity by recognizing its enrichment capabilities. Treating Iran as an equal enabled Iran to accept limits and unprecedented monitoring. That agreement was possible only when the US and others engaged Iran on the basis of reciprocal mutual respect. That did not last long, as old habits die hard. Trump withdrew from the accord and resumed the failed approach, and President Biden followed suit. Europe self-righteously faulted Iran, while the EU itself lacked the will or the power, or both, to fulfill its own commitments in the face of resumed US sanctions. Worse yet, the 3 European countries openly endorsed war against Iranian nuclear capabilities. Having failed to achieve that objective through war, they hypocritically resorted to peaceful means within the JCPOA to achieve the same illusion of dismantling Iran's nuclear program. Based on the same convoluted perspective, the German chancellor endorsed Israel as doing the West's dirty job. And Trump, only 2 days ago, said, and I quote, "World's #1 sponsor of terror cannot even be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon," end of quote. I have news for Merz and Trump. The world's most dangerous state terrorist is already armed with nuclear weapons. Genocide and forced starvation against 2 million people in Gaza, apartheid and settler violence against millions more in the West Bank, weaponized pagers, carpet bombing, and destruction of infrastructure against civilians in Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen, and murder of all 23 members of an extended family, or 86 residents of an apartment building in Iran to kill 2 scientists. And all of that just in the last 12 months. Its terrorism extended even against countries that contemplate normalization with Israel. Murder in Dubai in 2010 and airstrikes in residential areas in central Doha earlier this month. Yet it sits outside the NPT and is believed to hold nearly 200 nuclear warheads. It faces no sanctions, but receives generous aid, even as it openly boasts about its terrorism, aggression, and genocide. The impunity has reached a level that it even publishes books about them. Rise and Kill First, The Secret History of Israel's Targeted Assassination, is the name of one book. Make no mistake, Israel's ultimate fear is peace. Netanyahu admitted that he made it his mission to destroy the Iran nuclear deal, but his aversion to stability is not limited to Iran. He has destroyed every opportunity for peace in Palestine since the 1990s. The so-called dirty job that he claims to be doing for the West is the illusion that regime change will magically resolve the nuclear issue. Netanyahu knows that pushing for regime change only reinforces Iran's threat perception and encourages it to double down on its position. Moreover, Iran obviously has the capability, and it is only restrained from building a bomb because of the current strategic and religious doctrine. There is absolutely no guarantee that a new regime would not actually opt for weaponization. What Israel is aiming at is to dismember Iran and other strong regional states, create a chaotic power vacuum, and drag the US and Europe into a prolonged regional quagmire to advance the illusion of the so-called Greater Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, in my own humble view, the illusion these days that the restoration of Security Council resolution, the so-called snapback, against Iran will give the US and EU a better bargaining position is nothing but folly. In practice, it undermines engagement in favor of pure resistance. It destroys the credibility and relevance of diplomacy, thereby eliminating any role for Europe. And it will further entrench hostility towards the United States as an unreliable bully. Distinguished friends, to move forward, we must shift to a paradigm that places dignity at its core. Only within such a framework can we hope to find possibilities for a solution. Just as one example, I proposed in July the creation of the Middle East Network for Atomic Research and Advancement, or MENARA, which in Arabic means beacon. This initiative envisions a collaborative regional body dedicated to non-proliferation and peaceful nuclear cooperation. It will be open to all Middle Eastern countries that commit to rejecting nuclear weapons. It would facilitate joint research, technology sharing, and oversight mechanisms, which would ensure transparency and build trust among participants. We can and should envisage similar initiatives founded on inspiring possibilities for West Asia to reclaim agency in shaping its own future. In so doing, I propose that we should bridge the dignity gap and offer practical ways to break the cycle of conflict and build foundations of genuine non-proliferation rooted in dignity and shared prosperity. Let us escape from the prison of our past failures, reevaluate our failed assumptions, consider mutually respectful approaches, and thus build possibilities for an inspiring future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Zarif. You have covered a lot of ground, a lot of recent history. And thank you for giving us your perspective on our common history on this issue for the last several years. But as you say, how can we break the cycle of escalation? As we sit here today, diplomats in New York, your current foreign minister, Mr. Arakchi, and others are busily seeking answers to the current conundrum that we find ourselves in ahead of this deadline that could lead to the snapback of the UN sanctions. So I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about how we move forward. And I would start with, I think, what is an obvious question, which is, given the circumstances, given the constraints, given what has happened up until now, what particular formula could the two sides agree upon in the next 24 to 36 hours, however long they have, to address the concerns that the E3 have, the needs that Iran has, what the IAEA is looking for, so as to provide more time and to head off a possible deeper crisis and to push off the snapback of sanctions. So if you could very briefly, I mean, what do you see, given what you know your foreign minister has been saying, what the E3 are saying, what is the formula that might move things forward in this 12th hour?
Well, I think it is important for everybody to see what would be the possibilities day after snapback. I believe it will not add to anybody's leverage. It will only make it more difficult to reach a solution. There were conditions by the EU. Minister Arakchi believes that he has met those conditions by signing an agreement with the Director General of the IAEA, Mr. Grossi, and offering to continue negotiations, which the United States broke, actually, which Israel broke, by bombing the negotiating table. So I don't know what Europe is looking for. The consequence of what Europe is doing will be only to disqualify itself as a partner in the negotiations. I think it's easily possible to move forward based on the suggestions by Iran, probably modified in the course of negotiations, provided that Europe leaves this ivory tower of self-righteousness to accept that it has been at fault. You know, when I was foreign minister, we negotiated with Europe an almost 19th century barter arrangement. And Europe was not capable of even implementing that. So Europe should not consider itself as the only group or only 3 countries that have observed JCPOA. They destroyed JCPOA by destroying their own commitments after Trump withdrew from JCPOA. They made twice 11 commitments to us, and they did not even implement a single one of them. They should answer to that. And instead of taking the high ground, come and look at the future and see what they would gain by doing this. Legally, they don't have any justification for snapback. Politically, they can do it. They can put pressure on countries and get a vote in the Security Council as they did. But legally and morally, they have no justification for bringing back Security Council resolutions. So I believe possibilities such as consortium, possibilities such as renewed cooperation between Iran and the IAEA, possibilities for negotiations between Iran and E3, plus Russia and China, maybe later joined by the United States. These are all possibilities on the table that could be addressed. Again, I'm not speaking as a government representative. I don't know the state of negotiations. You, Daryl, will be listening to them tomorrow, and you will hear from them what is the plan. But I'm just following it from TV news, and this is my impression.
All right. So given the difficulties, and I think it's fair to say the unlikely possibility that there will be an agreement in the next 24 to 36 hours, it looks like snapback will happen. So I wanted to ask you, we got a couple of questions in this regard. We're looking at the discussion in Tehran. There appear to be 2 possible ways in which the government, being pushed by some in the Majlis, might want to retaliate. One is by initiating steps to withdraw from the NPT. You mentioned that the Supreme Leader ruled that out a couple of days ago, but still there's pressure to do that. And then second, ending or slowing further cooperation with the IAEA. And let me just, before I ask you to address the question about those 2 things, let me note that it is hard for me to understand how initiating withdrawal from the NPT is going to assure the world that the program is peaceful. It is befuddling to understand how ending cooperation with the IAEA is in Iran's interest, because it is in Iran's interest to show that the program, what the program is doing, that Iran is not crossing weapons thresholds. So your perspectives on, as an observer, as a sharp analyst inside Iran, how will this play out in the next few days? And what is your personal opinion about whether either of those 2 approaches is wise and why it would not be wise? Sir.
Well, the argument of those who underscore the need for further cooperation is extremely weak now, because the cooperation, I mean, after Trump withdrew from the JCPOA, Iran fully cooperated with the IAEA for a full year, and implemented the JCPOA for a full year. If you look at the report of the IAEA in June 2019, you see that Iran continued to implement its obligations, while Europe didn't do anything, and United States obviously withdrew. So arguing that remaining committed to these international instruments in a one-sided manner does not hold a lot of persuasion here in Iran, in the public opinion and in the parliament, which has never been very friendly to JCPOA or to these agreements because of the record, actually. I don't want to blame them. It's actually the very bad record of failure after failure of the US and Europe in abiding by their own commitments, in simply fulfilling their promises. So this is as we stand now. Now, withdrawing, or giving notice for withdrawal from the NPT does not mean building a bomb. It means that Iran does not want to engage in a one-sided agreement. I don't endorse it, but you can understand it. And it provides 90 days of negotiation time. So I believe in either case, whether Iran reduces cooperation with the IAEA or sends the notification for withdrawal, we still have time to engage in negotiations. Many in the United States say snapback is not the end of the world. By the same token, and based on the same argument, sending notification to withdraw from the NPT will not be the end of the world. I think they're far less justified in withdrawing, in sending the notification and actually reversing the Security Council Resolution 2231 than Iran is to send the notification to withdraw from the NPT based on Article 10. You know, Iranian facilities have been bombarded. Iran's agreement in good faith have been neglected and violated by the other side. So legally speaking, Iran can, in fact, whether I like it or not, and I certainly don't, Iran can, in fact, argue that it has a right under Article 10 of the NPT to send that notification. But again, if it did, we still have 3 months to negotiate.
All right. I would just reply briefly by saying just because things can be done doesn't mean they should be done. And in some quarters, especially in South Asia, some people call the Arms Control Association, and me in particular, a non-proliferation ayatollah. So I would just note that there is, in no universe do I see value in moving towards a state part of the NPT moving away from the NPT. And it would definitely reinforce the concerns that you spoke of so eloquently in the United States about Iran's malintentions with respect to the bomb. So you know that, I know that, but I feel obliged to make that comment. But let me
I'm sure.
Yes?
I'm sure you will agree with me that withdrawing from JCPOA and moving to snapback would fall within the same argument that you just made.
We were extreme critics of the withdrawal from the JCPOA, and we have bemoaned the trajectory of events leading up to now. But we are in the situation we're in. I would also just note, I mean, you were talking about some of the reasons why Iran might back out of its commitments to cooperate with the agency. Those commitments are part of its NPT obligations, of course. And, you know, you spoke about this regional nuclear cooperation architecture. I'd like you to expand upon that a bit more for those who didn't read your piece in The Guardian. And I would just note that it seems to me it would be much more difficult to pursue something like that, which is something, as you've written, could be pursued by the states in the region under their own direction. Doesn't require the Europeans, the Americans, anybody else's permission. But it would be difficult to understand the baseline for Iran's nuclear program without a strong IAEA role in each of the countries in the region, including Iran. But if you could, Dr. Zarif, just outline very quickly how the regional consortium concept would work, how this might be a good longer-term solution and alternative to what we have tried and now looks like is not going to be the path forward, the JCPOA.
Well, I basically wrote that to provide alternatives for this very dangerous path that the Europeans and the Americans have taken. Unfortunately, no one listened. I think what can be done there is two things at the same time. Non-proliferation, a strict non-proliferation regime that would include very strict mutual monitoring, reciprocal monitoring of countries in the region by their own representatives, by a group of representatives, experts from these countries in the region to monitor every country of their obligation. This has happened between, as you know, between Argentina and Brazil. They have a mutual monitoring mechanism. This can happen in the region between all these countries. At the same time, it can include cooperation. Now, various countries in the region have various nuclear programs. Iran has the enrichment capability, the knowledge, the technology for enrichment. Others may have other abilities and expertise, and we can exchange them based on the level of expertise, financial possibilities, and other arrangements to have a consortium, not just for enrichment and for fuel, but in fact for even for fusion. I believe fusion is the future of nuclear energy, and we can in fact cooperate with Saudi Arabia and with others in the field of fusion. I was given, when I was vice president, proposals by many, including some American companies, that we can engage in a three-way cooperation with Saudi Arabia and the United States to engage in research on and in fact implementation on fusion. As you know, Iran's scientific base is extremely capable, not just in the area of enrichment, but in various areas from artificial intelligence, as Elon Musk has already confessed that his best engineers and programmers are Iranian. So we have a pool of know-how in Iran, a pool of technological capability, and other countries have financial capabilities, others have possibly scientific capabilities, and we can put that all together, build confidence, engage in monitoring, and at the same time insist on non-proliferation and the establishment of a zone free from weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East.
Thank you for outlining that. I would, just as a piece of advice, as a non-governmental representative, remind you that one op-ed in one newspaper is not going to convince everyone, so persistence is key, and I hope that we can continue this dialogue. We were honored to have you speak to us. I hope at some point in the future we can connect by video and communicate back to some of your audiences who you're going to establish with your new institution, which we wish you luck with. So please, everyone, join me in thanking Dr. Zarif.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure being with you, and I want to ask you, as I did in my introductory remarks, to join me in presenting possibilities, alternatives, forward-looking possibilities in op-eds, in research papers, and the like. And I also look forward to welcoming you either by video link or in person in Tehran. You're not designated here, Daryl. I am designated in the US, so I can't travel to the United States, but you will always be welcome to travel to Iran.
Thank you. I'll have to check with my wife about whether I'm designated or not, but thank you, sir. All right, we will see you once again at some point in the future. Be well. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, we are going to take a very brief break while we do a quick stage costume change here with our next part of this panel joining us, which will be chaired by Barbara Slavin. So don't go far. We're going to be starting again in 4 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Zarif was interesting as always. I'm Barbara Slavin. I'm a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center, longtime fan of ACA, and very honored to be here to moderate this brief panel to continue the discussion on Iran and Iran diplomacy. We're going to start with ACA's own Kelsey Davenport, Director for Nonproliferation Policy here at ACA, where she focuses on nuclear and missile programs in Iran and North Korea and international efforts to prevent proliferation and terrorism. I would love to have your thoughts on what next after Snapback, but also just your reaction to what Javad Zarif had to say.
Well, thank you so much, Barbara, and thank you all for being here. It's really great to see everybody. Sadly, I wish we could have moved past the Iran issue, but we're back here on the never-ending roller coaster. So between Senator Van Hollen, Foreign Minister Zarif, we've talked a lot about the history of Iran's nuclear program and the history of diplomacy. But I do just want to go back and make a few technical points about where Iran was prior to the strikes and where they are now, because I think that's informing the Trump administration's decision-making in a way that is both misguided and potentially dangerous because of the assumptions that they're making about Iran's program now. So prior to the strikes, Iran was on the threshold of nuclear weapons. They had the ability to produce uranium enriched to weapons-grade level in a matter of days. They had the capabilities necessary to build a bomb. But as we've heard from earlier today, there was no indication in the US intelligence community or even the Israeli intelligence community that any political decision had actually been made to build a bomb. So technically the risk was high, politically the risk was low. Now, as a result of the Israeli strikes and the US strikes, technically Iran's program has been set back. But what remains is that stockpile of uranium enriched to near weapons grade levels, and likely additional infrastructure that Iran could use if it were to rebuild its program to return to that threshold of nuclear weapons. The US has said, 1 to 2 years, but if you look carefully at the language around those assessments, it's 1 to 2 years for Iran to build back Natanz, to build back Fordow, and to build back Isfahan. The Natanz facility was designed to be in commercial scale. If you're moving to the threshold of nuclear weapons, you don't need to build a Natanz-sized enrichment hall. You don't even need a Fordow-sized enrichment hall. A small portion of that 60% enriched uranium, a small portion of advanced centrifuges that survived the attack, and IAEA DG Grossi has acknowledged for years that we don't know where all of Iran's centrifuges are. And Iran is again quickly back on the thresholds. But unfortunately, the Trump administration does not seem to be acknowledging how quickly Iran can move. And as a result, I think they're making 3 assumptions about policy going forward that has led them kind of shift Iran to the back burner to no longer see Iran as a priority. So first, as I said, the US appears to think it has more time to negotiate a deal than it may. Now, it could be that Iran does not resume its uranium enrichment program quickly, that the suspension in uranium enrichment holds, and it does take more time to build back. But again, given the capabilities Iran has, we need to contend with the reality that the return to threshold could happen quickly. So that's what I would kind of say is dangerous assumption number 1, that we have years now to address this problem. We may not. The second is if you listen to Trump speak, he speaks of the bombings as a significant success, and has talked about the US ability to bomb Iran again if Iran were to resume certain activities. Again, some very concerning assumptions here. I mean, yes, the bombing did roll back Iran's program, but it also exposed the limitations of US military action against Iran. We were not able to completely destroy some of the underground sites at Isfahan. Iran can fortify, dig back down these hardened facilities that are outside of US strikes. And if Iran were to build back, emphasizing secrecy over speed, there is a risk that US intelligence would not be able to detect these programs in enough time or then be able to actually disrupt it. So that, I think, is the dangerous assumption number 2, that military strikes can be equally successful in the future. There's really no guarantee of that. And the third thing I would say is that the US now appears to believe that because of the strikes, because of snapback, the US negotiating position is stronger, and the US can double down on some of its demands, like zero enrichment, and that in time, Iran will capitulate. And I think this is quite concerning because, as we have heard from Dr. Zarif, as we've seen from history, Iran responds to pressure with pressure of its own. And something like foregoing uranium enrichment, that is going to go against the dignity and the pride of the Iranian program that Dr. Zarif sort of centered his remarks upon. So it's not realistic, and it's not even necessary, for a good deal. But again, that seems to be kind of what the US is thinking going forward. So what should we be thinking about post-snapback? Now, unfortunately, because the US does not seem to view diplomacy as an urgent priority, because the US is not putting creative proposals out there, I think we need to look to a third party to try to put something on the table that could stabilize the situation in the short term and prevent an escalatory spiral that we might see post-snapback that could bring us back to the brink of conflict. I would say it should focus on the following things. First, I think solidifying and strengthening the June ceasefire to try to prevent the re-eruption of further conflict, and a direct US commitment not to bomb Iranian nuclear facilities or to support any other states striking Iranian nuclear facilities would go a long way in addressing some of Iran's legitimate concerns about future strikes. And it's something the US can do. There is no imminent nuclear threat from Iran right now. The US can make that commitment without compromising on its security. The second thing I would say is to recognize Iran's rights and its obligations under the NPT, and maybe acknowledge that there is currently a suspension in enrichment, but that the enrichment question, resolving what that program should look like, will be settled in a comprehensive negotiation. Therefore, Iran is not foregoing the right to enrichment, but the US isn't having to say that we've acknowledged uranium enrichment. And we pumped that question, the scope of the program, what it could look like, to a longer-term discussion. And then finally, I would say the US should try to do something that incentivizes the return of the IAEA. To me, the resumption of inspections is the single most critical aspect that the US, that Europe, that the Gulf should be focused on trying to persuade Iran to reemploy. In the short term, it will provide some confidence that Iran is not accessing the HEU that's enriched to near weapons grade, that it's not resuming activities. And in the long term, it gives the IAEA the ability to begin to rebuild some of these baseline inventories that may be helpful then if we're actually going to negotiate and verify a future deal. So I think the IAEA has to be part of that short-term deal. And ideally then, by also perhaps providing Iran with some sanctions relief, you could come up with a short-term package that stabilizes the situation, creates the time and space for a longer-term thinking. And this is where we might actually see a small silver lining in snapback. If you work on Iran, I think you always have to look for silver linings. But essentially, by snapping back sanctions, I mean, the JCPOA era is dead. It is over. I think we've all known for a long time that politically, technically, restoring the JCPOA was not viable. But because of Resolution 2231, I think negotiators were still mindsets, the idea of this transactional US-Iranian bargain. Without 2231, there may be space now to consider new creative frameworks, to better involve the region, to think about regional restrictions, some of the ideas that Dr. Zarif mentioned, to think about regional collaboration, that addresses proliferation concerns.
thank you to ACA for convening us, and Barbara for the intro. I'll start with the 5 words every moderator hopes to hear. I'll try to be brief. Before coming to Snapback, and before even coming to the nuclear file, I think it's important to contextualize a little bit where Iranian national security strategy and doctrine is right now and where the nuclear file falls within that reality. Over the past 400 days, you can argue that 4 decades of Iranian national security doctrine have seen their foundations, if not crumble entirely, then at the very least be severely shaken. It was barely a year ago when the pagers were going off in Beirut, marking the escalation of Israel's campaign against Hezbollah. Less than 3 months later, Bashar Assad had been defenestrated from Damascus. So in under 3 months, Iran's ability to project power and influence throughout the Levant through an axis of resistance built up over decades had largely collapsed. In between those 2 events, in October of last year, we had the second major overt exchange of the year between Iran and Israel, Operation True Promise 2. And what that did was essentially give a preview of a lot of what we saw in June of this year, 2 particular trend lines. Israel's ability to conduct largely uncontested operations in Iranian airspace, and as we saw in June, on Iranian ground through covert operations, and also Iran's ability to muster significant salvos of ballistic, cruise, and drone attacks against Israel, which were, again, largely, if not entirely, suppressed by Israeli and allied defenses. So you can look at those 2 elements of Iran's version of a strategic triad: power projection in the region, ballistic missile development for power projection as well, and the nuclear program, as going through a bit of a difficult time. And even before the June war, this had fueled a debate within the system, and I'm going to focus my remarks on what I can tell from what's happening in terms of the debate within the Iranian political establishment. This is turbocharged debate to which I don't yet see a clear, conclusive answer. And for those of you who follow the Iranian media, you will have seen the spectrum ends of this debate earlier this week in the Iranian media, when on the one hand you had reformist, moderate press saying, what's the point of Pezeshkian going to New York if he doesn't meet with Trump? And on the other hand, 71 members of the Iranian parliament saying we need to build a nuke, right? That is the spectrum of opinion. And within the Iranian system, this is a fairly live debate. Now, let me start with the latter, because they have gone from a fringe to a vocal minority. Former Foreign Minister Zarif referred to them as well. In the view of this camp, the US cannot be trusted. The EU is largely inconsequential, and a nuclear deterrent is now necessary, where Iran's conventional deterrence and proxy deterrence have clearly failed. If that line of thinking gains currency, and Khamenei thus far does not seem to have swung in this direction, it faces 4 challenges. The first challenge is, and Kelsey laid out a lot of the uncertainties over what we deal with Iran's current stockpile and program status. So problem 1, it's unclear how quickly, if at all, they are able to reconstitute, find the HEU, or activate the centrifuges that they still have in place. So that's bottleneck 1. Bottleneck 2 is whether they have the brain trust left to carry out a weaponization-related process. One of the things the Israelis did on day 1 is go after a good chunk of the A-team that had been involved in the Ahmad project, the weaponization-related research and development in the late 90s and early 2000s. So do you have the material? Do you have the personnel? Third, can you do it covertly? And can you do it without risking additional US or Israeli strikes, which it is fair to presume right now have a fairly low threshold for what they require to go into effect? And fourth, does it actually deliver deterrence? After all, Iran itself has directly, over the past 18 months, attacked 2 nuclear-armed states, Pakistan and Israel, and also attacked US forces in Qatar, so you could make that 2.5. Then there's the second school of thought, which is the school of thought that President Pezeshkian seems to hail from, his foreign ministry team, which, along with former Foreign Minister Zarif, were involved in the JCPOA negotiations, have seen the value of engagement. And this is what animated the pre-war rounds between Iran and the Trump administration. This view recognizes that there are limits to the resistance economy model. Iran right now is dealing with 40-odd% inflation, anemic to negative growth. The currency hits a new record low on a daily basis. So you have the economic consideration, you have the limits of the look to the east strategy, the fact that China and Russia, when Iran was under direct attack, seemed to offer little more than thoughts and prayers. And therefore you come to the conclusion that some form of diplomacy is necessary as a security and financial imperative. But there are, again, 4 challenges here. And the title of this panel is how effective diplomacy can resolve the nuclear impasse? Well, first you need diplomacy. Then you can get to effective. I think Kelsey described the impasse pretty well. And diplomacy usually works by getting the Venn diagram of the two sides overlapping enough where they are equally satisfied, or in some cases equally dissatisfied. Those circles in the Venn diagram did not touch before the June war. They are arguably further apart right now. On the Iranian side, for those of you who saw Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's remarks the other day, negotiations with the Americans are a dead end. There is no point to this. The US leaves a deal when we've agreed to it. It bombs us when we are trying to negotiate it with again. That being said, Special Envoy Witkoff yesterday alluded to contacts with the Iranians, whether that's direct or via the E3 and these ongoing UN GA discussions was a little bit vague. And then the Iranians have been making conditions. We want assurances that if we go back into talks, we won't be bombed again. I'm not sure how you get an assurance that you won't be bombed if you don't talk to them either. So we get a bit of a chicken and the egg there. So you need the Iranians to want to engage in meaningful, serious post-conflict diplomacy. You need the US to be willing to engage in meaningful, serious post-conflict diplomacy. And as Kelsey said, I think there's at least a school of thought within the administration that this problem is on the back burner. I think there are others who recognize that this is an opportunity to maximize this moment of Iranian weakness in the region and the fact that de facto they are at zero enrichment right now, and to try to put something back on the table. So you need side 1 to re-enter seriously, side 2 to re-enter seriously. Then you need to realize what you're talking about, because best case, this gets you back to June 12th, right? And at the time, we had 2 clashing red lines that have been the same clashing red lines that we've had for 20-odd years of this nuclear crisis. The JCPOA offered a version of how you resolve this, which is to say we accept enrichment, we limit it, and we monitor it, and that way, that is how you square that circle. There are within that an infinite number of modifications one can make, whether to improve on it. Right? You can do better on centrifuges, you can do better on stockpiling, you can do better on sunsets. I think there are tons of ways to deal with sunsets, which was one of the key criticisms of JCPOA, including by making them renewable. So they're technically indefinite as long as both sides agree. There are a million ways to problem this out. The problem is that that is very clearly not a model the Trump administration is willing to accept. At the UN General Assembly, President Trump said, I made an offer to the Iranians to suspend their enrichment. Zero enrichment has been, over the past few months, the consistent US approach. And that means that, again, that doesn't mean Iran cannot have any nuclear activity. Secretary Rubio has said that they can import enriched materials from abroad. The Iranians, as you heard from former Foreign Minister Zarif, insist on a domestic capacity. They do not trust the West. They do not trust the US. Then you have the consortium model. In a crisis group, we've been looking at the consortium model for a long time. It's something that's been out there since the 70s, but obviously Iran-Gulf relations are in a different place. Gulf nuclear development is in a different place. And even here, you can have something that could be a path that may work, but again, it comes down to the fact that the Iranians insist that the enrichment as part of this consortium be on Iranian soil. And so technically, the US could say, well, it's not Iran that's enriching, it's the consortium that's enriching. But for the US, that is insufficient. And so the compromise on that particular issue is very difficult. And then finally, if Iran agreed to that, if Iran agreed to zero enrichment, if Foreign Minister Araghchi came tonight and said, President Trump, we fold on this, is that sufficient for the US? The Iranians clearly have a great skepticism that it ends there. They believe that once you concede on that, you will have to concede on ballistic missiles, you will have to concede on regional issues as well. And so in a sense, it's the thin end of the wedge. You asked snapback, so I'll just go to that.
Yeah, I mean, what comes back? Now, my understanding is that, for example, there are not oil sanctions. And Iran, as we know, has been not thriving, but surviving by selling nearly 2 million barrels a day of oil to the Chinese. Mm-hmm. Does that change? Can't Iran continue? What further steps might be taken? Will it be more difficult to get insurance, to get ships? Iran already has, after all of these years of sanctions, seems to have perfected the playbook of sanctions evasion.
The numbers don't tell the full story. Yes, Iran's export numbers have not collapsed to 6 digits. They are still in 7 digits. Two uncertainties when you talk to people who work in the oil trade are how much of a discount they're giving to the Chinese, and then secondly, how much of that revenue is actually repatriated. How much of it can Iran actually access, and how much of it is sitting in Chinese banks. In terms of snapback, for those of you unfamiliar with it, it basically inverts the usual Security Council method where any one country can veto something to say any one country can implement the restoration of the 6 UN Security Council sanctions adopted against Iran between 2006 and 2010. The Russians and the Chinese have contested this process. For all intents and purposes, they can't do much to stop them from being back on the books. What they are likely to try to do is complicate implementation. So for example, there are panels of experts that have to be brought into place. There's a sanctions committee. So they may try to play around with the procedural aspect of it. But for all intents and purposes, unless in the next 36 hours there is movement on the 3 conditions the E3 have put forth, and former Foreign Minister Zarif said, Araghchi spoke to the IAEA. That's not what the E3 have asked for. They want inspectors back on the ground in Iran, not the concept of an agreement to at some point, circumstances permitting that they may consider the reauthorization of inspectors. Secondly is the HEU. And I think for the Iranians, if prior to June, the growth of Iran's nuclear program was its leverage, now it's the opacity of Iran's nuclear program that it's its leverage. And that 60% enrichment is something that it seems that the Iranians do not think is worth giving up for a mere 6-month extension of allowing the E3 to restore these sanctions down the line. If they are going to, I think, establish the whereabouts of that stockpile, it would come for something from the Americans.
Kelsey, your sense of what happens after snapback, assuming that it does come in. Do you think the Iranians will actually be able to weaponize? Without the IAEA there, well, we have certain other means of observing what the Iranians are up to. I presume the Israelis still have agents within Iran that will be observing, but do you think it's technically possible the Iranians actually could produce some weapons in a way that would not be detected? What else do you think they're going to do? And I just, Zarif kept talking about dignity and so on, but there is also, and maybe I'll pose this to you, Nason, the situation in Iran domestically is not good. And people may have drawn together briefly in reaction to the Israeli strikes and the US strikes. But many people that I've talked to in Iran say they're anticipating that the Israelis are going to continue to attack and that they're looking to perhaps kill the supreme leader. They tried to kill Pezeshkian. They're going to try to foment some sort of chaos within the country. What's your best guess for the political landscape over the next few months, assuming snapback goes in? So maybe first you, Kelsey, do you think they can pull it off? Do you think they will?
From a technical perspective, yes. I certainly think Iran can weaponize. I mean, as Nason noted, the Israelis did target, key scientists that were part of the pre-2003 illicit program. But if you look at the depth of knowledge, the depth of expertise, the education system in Iran and the focus on nuclear physics, I think we will continue to see scientists that have engaged with those scientists who were assassinated. That knowledge can come back to the forefront. And technically, yes, they can build a bomb. I mean, I'm tempted to say it's not rocket scientists. I mean, it's not rocket science, but also given the technology, given what is even known in open sources about weapons design and development, I mean, yes, Iran has the capabilities, the expertise, and the materials to do this. I mean, could they do it secretly? I mean, I think that is a more challenging question to ask. And I think a lot of it then depends on whether Iran is prioritizing speed or if Iran is prioritizing secrecy. And one thing I think Iran is going to take away from the June attacks is a better understanding of the extent to which it was compromised by Israeli intelligence. It's going to better understand, how its facilities, responded to targeting by Israel, by the United States, where those vulnerabilities are, and it can learn from those processes. So, one thing that the U.S., typically pointed to was, oh, well, we destroyed Iran's, uranium metal production capability at Isfahan. I mean, yes, the U.S. destroyed the building itself, but that capability is not actually that challenging to reproduce in a lab. So I give that as an example of saying, again, when the U.S. says, well, we've set them back, we can detect what happens going forward, there are a lot of uncertainties there, particularly when we don't have inspectors on the ground. We're limited to using satellite monitoring. We're limited to using intelligence means. And none of those are foolproof. So I do think there is a technical path forward if Iran wants to take it. But one thing I think is worth mentioning, we talked about political will, that it does take two sides to negotiate. And here I think Iran is actually trying to send the U.S. signals that it wants to negotiate. I mean, I agree with Nason that the deal that Arachi reached with Grossi on safeguards was woefully insufficient in terms of actually getting to the level of inspections that we need. And here Iran has done itself a disservice by agreeing to provide the IAEA with certain information, failing to do so, failing to respond to IAEA inquiries about materials from the 2003 program. I mean, there's a reason the E3 is concerned that Iran is not going to follow through on this agreement. But Arachi was sitting with Grossi, he was engaging, and he was making progress. He was talking about putting the stockpile of HEU and reporting on that, on the table. I mean, Witkoff has made clear that he is engaging, with the Iranian side, another condition that the Europeans had. So I think Iran is sending some of the signals. The U.S. isn't answering. And so to me, then it comes, how do we kind of reignite some political urgency on the U.S. side to take advantage of the fact that Iran is not weaponizing, doesn't appear to be going down that path, and is still interested in diplomacy? And if we can't spark that internally within the Trump administration, who from the outside could put that proposal on the table that it would be hard for Trump to walk away with? I mean, I do think in the lead up to the strikes, Trump did legitimately want a deal. I think the parameters of what he was demanding were not realistic. I had concerns about the depth of the negotiating team when it came to some of those technical details, but I think the desire was there, and we have to try to reignite that.
Nathan, briefly, the situation within Iran, do you anticipate that there will be more Israeli strikes? And how will society hold up under this? Will they be defiant? Will they care about their dignity, or will they care about their pocketbook?
Well, on the first one, I think one of the uncertainties right now that I'm positive the Iranians will have no answer to is what the threshold for renewed military action is. If Iran is rebuilding ballistic missile sites, is that enough for the Israelis to launch another round? If Iran tries to move the fissile material that has gone into occultation in the truest Persian tradition, is that enough? Previously we said, if they weaponize or if they go to 90%, that would be the threshold. It's unclear what exactly would trigger renewed strikes. In terms of domestic, look, the government has a legitimacy crisis, an environmental crisis. It's facing an infrastructure crisis. And the trend lines are not particularly good. 3 times over the last decade, there have been massive uprisings that every time the system has suppressed through brutality. When Khamenei says negotiations with the US lead to a dead end, I don't see how his other options end particularly better than that either. So it's difficult, and the longer this goes, the Iranian government does enough to put pressure on the people of Iran. Increased diplomatic isolation and financial strain will only do worse.
On that happy note, I think we are out of time. Thank you very much, both of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, panel. Please stay in your seats while we do a quick microphone switch, and we will begin very shortly.
Our next topic is finding off-ramps to a three-way nuclear arms race. And I am so pleased to have three great colleagues and friends, more importantly, experts, to discuss this topic with us this afternoon. There's quite a bit to discuss, and although we have a lot of time, we may not explore every last facet. So I urge you to take a quick look at the biographies in your program, but I'd like to launch right into it. Starting, although we're going to talk about the US, Russia, and China, let's start with the United States and Russia. And I'm going to ask my friend Kingston Reef to talk a little bit about the importance of New START, what it achieved, the dangers of its expiration, and what the Washington and Moscow could do now, particularly in the light of positive remarks by both President Trump and President Putin. Kingston, you recently wrote a piece about what a good interim agreement would be. I wrote a similar piece last year, and I don't mean to brag, but a lot of people say I was right about everything. And so I'd like you to take it away and tell me where we are with New START and what we can do next.
Well, thanks very much for the introduction, Tom. Please never change, please. It's great to be back at ACA's annual meeting. I believe the last annual meeting I attended was the November 2020 iteration when I was on the ACA staff. That meeting occurred amid the height of the COVID-19 pandemic and was completely virtual, so it's great to be back with everyone in person. Also, a quick note of thanks to the entire Arms Control Association team, its board, and its members and supporters. These are difficult times, which means that your work is more important than ever. Thank you for everything that you do, and it is with great pride that I get to say I'm an Arms Control Association alum. I'm excited to join three great colleagues on this panel this afternoon for what is a very timely discussion. As Tom indicated, I'm going to focus on the value and status of New START, the risk of its expiration without any kind of follow-on arrangement, the options Presidents Trump and Putin still have in the short time remaining to address the issue, and a few considerations for possible follow-on talks. First, I want to start, though, with a quick note on the security environment. As everyone, I think, knows, nuclear weapons are increasingly salient in international politics, for the simple reason that most of the states that possess them believe the threats they face are increasing the importance of these weapons to their security. So for those of you who are working in other areas of the national security universe, you might not be interested in nuclear weapons, but they are very interested in you. I think everyone is familiar with many of the challenging trends that define the contemporary nuclear weapons and strategic forces landscape. Suffice it to say that together these trends, I think, are prompting a conversation about the core objectives and sufficiency of U.S. nuclear strategy not seen since the end of the Cold War, if not the dawn of the nuclear age. And one of these trends is that what was once a broad network of agreements intended to stabilize the U.S.-Soviet and later U.S.-Russia nuclear relationship has all but collapsed. The impact of this erosion has been magnified by extreme tension in the bilateral relationship unrelated to arms control. And only New START remains, and it is hanging by a thread. In the wake of Russia's illegal suspension of implementation of the agreement in February of 2023, and the treaty's impending expiration in less than 5 months. And if nothing is negotiated to replace the treaty, either formally or informally, there will be no limits on at least a portion of the U.S. and Russian nuclear arsenals for the first time in decades. And this has prompted a very robust and in some ways existential conversation about what should come next for the arms control enterprise. And I'll come back to this, but first I think it's useful, as Tom asked, to kind of take stock of New START's life over the roughly past 15 years and the value it has provided to U.S. and global security. Many of you may recall that critics predicted lots of not very good things would happen if the Senate approved the treaty and if 10 years later the U.S. pursued a clean 5-year extension of the treaty. I think the weight of the evidence supports the pro-New START ratification and extension cases. A few of the arguments made in 2010 were that the treaty would disproportionately benefit Russia and could endanger the U.S. nuclear triad. New START, though, placed equal limits on both sides and required Russia to reduce its deployed warheads to meet the treaty limits. It's also plausible that in the absence of the treaty, Russia could have kept production lines open amid its churning out of new delivery systems over the past decade. The treaty also provided the Pentagon with significant flexibility to structure U.S. deployed nuclear forces to meet the treaty limits. This is why we are in a position today, and I know we'll probably get into this topic, to quickly increase the number of deployed warheads via uploading, which has been a topic of discussion. In fact, if ACA ever convened a panel to come up with a Mount Rushmore of arms control provisions, I would nominate the combination of the Ninth Agreed Statement and Section 4 of Part 3 of the Treaty Protocol, which allowed for both the elimination of submarine-launched ballistic missile tubes from treaty accountability without destroying the launchers, and converted tubes to be located on the same boomer with launchers that had not been converted. Much to the chagrin of Russia, I might add, and will probably raise the costs in the future of any conversion-type provisions in a potential new agreement. Another argument made in 2010 and during the extension debate was that the treaty didn't limit Russia's large stockpile of non-strategic warheads. But I never understood the argument that we should jettison all limits on Russian strategic forces because the agreement was not a panacea that captured all nuclear weapons, which of course it was never intended to be. Same goes for the argument that the treaty doesn't include China. But during the treaty's 15-year existence, the limits have been sufficient to meet U.S. deterrence objectives against both Russia and China. So my net assessment is that the treaty reduced uncertainty about Russia's strategic nuclear forces, provided us with greater confidence in our own nuclear plans and capabilities. Conversely, the absence in the first place, or lapse in 2020, of the treaty would have reduced our insight into what Russia was doing, opened the door to unconstrained nuclear competition between the world's two largest nuclear powers, damaged relations with our allies, exacerbated what not long after the treaty's entry into force became a fraught post-reset U.S.-Russia bilateral relationship and undermined U.S. nonproliferation objectives. In the end, factors outside the scope and control, obviously, of the treaty ultimately became too much for the agreement to overcome. And these include the onset of the COVID pandemic in early 2020, which put the treaty inspections on ice, they remain on ice, and Russia's unconscionable invasion of Ukraine. And despite the Herculean efforts of two of our panel members and several audience members, there was no meaningful forward progress following the treaty's signature on strategic arms control to go beyond New START, the vast majority of the blame for which resides and belongs in Moscow. Which brings us to the current moment, with New START set to expire in less than 5 short months. There may be an opportunity for some interim progress. After returning to office earlier this year, President Trump wasted little time in calling for negotiations with both Russia and China to, quote, denuclearize in a very big way, end quote. And then in July, when asked about the expiration of New START, the president said, quote, that is a big problem for the world. When you take off nuclear restrictions, that's a big problem, end quote. In a little notice shift, Russian President Putin earlier this year called for bilateral engagement on arms control without explicitly insisting on a full halt to U.S. military aid to Ukraine as a precondition, which in the past has been a Russian precondition. And earlier this week, I think as many of you may know, Putin said Russia is ready to continue to adhere to the central quantitative restrictions under New START for 1 year after February 5th, 2026. So far, so mum from President Trump in response, and Leslie, thank you for your attention to this matter on the topic since the panel began. So if you had said anything in the last few minutes, please let us know. Obviously, reaching any new agreements, especially one that includes China, will take time. To buy some time, I think there remains value in continued restraints on Russian strategic nuclear forces, a resumption of transparency with regard to those forces, reopening communications channels between the two sides on strategic matters, putting the diplomatic heat on China for continuing to stand on the arms control sidelines, and sending a broader signal to the international community that the world's two largest nuclear powers can still cooperate to reduce nuclear risks. And I think 3 steps could help do this. First, the two sides could resume implementation of New START for the remainder of its duration. Second, they could resume a dialogue on strategic stability to address perceptions of the strategic balance discuss risk reduction measures, and identify objectives for more far-reaching agreements to replace New START. And third, the two sides could make a political commitment to adhere to the New START limits and exchange related treaty data beyond its expiration date while they seek to negotiate a new agreement and bring China into the fold. How realistic are these suggestions, given New START's current moribund state and in the absence of a diplomatic process to discuss an end to Russia's war in Ukraine, or at least a meaningful process at this time? I don't know. At a minimum, it will require the two presidents to engage in some compartmentalization and put the issue high up on their agendas. And even if agreement is reached along these lines, it's questionable whether it can be viable for long in the absence of progress in the broader relationship and a follow-on arms control process. Meanwhile, understandable objections have been raised to this approach. The main one is that the significant and projected continued growth of China's nuclear arsenal, in particular its construction of hundreds of new silo-based ICBMs, requires an upward adjustment in U.S. deployed strategic forces above the New START limits. And this is due to the exigencies of U.S. targeting requirements and fulfillment of the damage limitation requirement for U.S. nuclear forces, a topic that I know Steve will probably be interested in addressing. I take the points that there is nothing magical or sacrosanct about 1,550 warheads, and that New START was negotiated in a world that has changed markedly over the past 15 years. But in the near term, and by that I mean at least the next 3 to 5 years, I don't see a pressing deterrence need for an increase. Happy to go into more detail on why I think that, and I know Steve will provide some thoughts on that. I think we're all waiting to see, though, what the Trump administration says and does with respect to U.S. nuclear policy and requirements. We may get some more clarity on this with the impending release of the National Defense Strategy from the Pentagon and the nuclear policy review that was nested underneath that, or we may not. We'll see. In the remaining time that I have, I would just like to briefly address some of the issues that are likely to arise in the context of new negotiations and seeking to bring China and Russia into the process. First, what should be the goal of arms control in this new security landscape? Deeper reductions, covering more classes of weapons, broadening into new domains, including more countries, or a narrower focus on predictability, transparency, and establishing norms of behavior? A related question is what form or forms should agreements take and how long should they last? And what are we willing to trade away to achieve certain objectives that have long been on the to-do list? Arms control is, of course, a tool and not an end in and of itself. It is a means to manage competition and even a means to enhance U.S. competitive advantages in certain areas. And it's a tool, I think, that retains considerable value. There is value in limitations on Russia's strategic forces, on Russia's nuclear forces, even if not on every subset of them. There is value in transparency on those forces. And there is value in seeking more information on and predictability with respect to China's buildup. There is value here, especially in light of the limitations on the U.S. ability to compete in this area over the next decade, if not longer. Briefly on numbers, and I hope I'm invited back after I say this. It is certainly possible that as the nuclear enterprise does its work, as our domestic political debate does its work, as our allies weigh in, and as China continues to build to the levels in current U.S. projections, that what emerges is a proposal for a follow-on arrangement with Russia that includes a higher limit on deployed strategic weapons or a higher range of limits than New START, and that the duration of the agreement is shorter than previous agreements to hedge against uncertainty about how much higher China could go. This would, of course, be a reversal of the trend in previous agreements since the end of the Cold War of progressively lower limits. But that does not mean there wouldn't be value in such an arrangement in providing stability, predictability, and transparency, especially relative to the alternative of no agreement. With respect to China, there's lots that could be said. Just one quick thing for now is as we think about something more robust with China, I think trying to get a handle on where the endpoint of China's arsenal growth is going to be would be hugely valuable. My biggest concern with respect to China is less the specifics of their buildup and more the uncertainty about its trajectory. Where do they plan to stop? It's not clear they know that, and they may see value in being opaque. But if we knew, for example, that China would stop at what the current projections are, at least the current U.S. projections, that would provide much needed confidence and predictability and help to avoid worst case scenario planning on our part. But if we go down this road, China will likely want us to put some things on the table in return. Two more topics Missile defense, I'm looking forward to hearing what Mallory has to say on this. Certainly, I think it will need to be addressed in any negotiation. I think the conventional wisdom is that Golden Dome, at least in its maximalist conceptions, and arms control are incompatible. I'm not quite so sure. For those of you who are Dune fans out there, to quote Paul Atreides, I do see a very narrow way through, and I'll just leave that hanging for now. And then finally, on non-strategic nuclear weapons. They've long been considered a must-do in any New START follow-on, but we should weigh the benefits versus the complexity and costs of doing business here. Others have pointed this out, but given in particular Russia's theory of victory, we seem most worried about, and that's the so-called escalate to win concept. How much would reductions help address that? I think we might get the biggest bang for the buck on exchanges and notifications, on-site visits, perhaps consolidation of storage locations, transparency along those lines. So there's no shortage of work to do, Tom, and I've put a lot of topics on the table to discuss. Looking forward to coming back to some of them, but back to you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Kingston. So, Dr. Fetter, Steve, thanks for being here. I think we'll come back to some of the China questions in a second round. But if we could stay on the New START agreement in particular, we already have some discussion in Washington about preparing to upload additional warheads in the event of New START expiration. I mean, I've already seen a report from the Heritage Foundation that I found positively Orwellian in its vocabulary, because it said talking to the Russians would be reckless, but loading a couple hundred more warheads would be prudent. It seems a little backwards to me, but recognizing that there is a serious debate among people who are more expert in the arcane but important topics of targeting and damage limitation. Interested in your views of what would be the real effects of an unrestrained growth, and whether the US and Russia moving rapidly to deploy additional warheads would increase the national security of either country.
Well, thanks, Tom. And let me say, it's so good to be in a room filled with supporters of arms control in these times. So as Kingston mentioned, and also Tom just mentioned, there are calls across the political spectrum for the U.S. to increase its deployed strategic forces after New START expires in February, including calls by some friends and colleagues of mine. The proposed numbers vary from perhaps about 2,200 to over 3,000, or an increase of 50 to 100%. And the rationale for those increases also varies. I mean, some argue that we need additional warheads to deter Russia and North Korea, but really the focus has been, as Kingston mentioned, on China, and in particular the 350 new silos that China has built. If you haven't already read it, I would recommend the article in a recent Foreign Affairs by Vipin Narang and Pranay Vadi. Not because I agree with it, but because it is the most explicit about the rationale for increasing U.S. nuclear forces. They explain that the goal of U.S. nuclear targeting is to limit damage to the United States by attempting to destroy adversary nuclear forces in command and control. In other words, counterforce targeting. And they argue that a strategy of damage limitation through counterforce is necessary for extended deterrence to be credible to both allies and to adversaries. If the U.S. accepts that it's not possible to limit damage, then threats to escalate to the use of nuclear weapons or to escalate to greater use of nuclear weapons wouldn't be credible, because they would amount to suicide if we believed we couldn't prevent the destruction of our homeland. They believe that by making threats of escalation more credible, U.S. nuclear forces can provide bargaining power in a crisis. So in this view, the United States needs to be able to target all adversary nuclear forces. So if China adds 350 silos, then the US needs additional warheads, at least 350, but probably 700 warheads, so that we could target 2 warheads on every silo. So instead of 1 warhead on every ICBM, you would have 3. You would need 3. Or instead of 4 warheads on each Trident missile, you would need 8. So that consideration alone would require the deployment of an additional 700 to 1,000 warheads. So the most straightforward response to this argument is something Charlie Glazer and James Acton and I made in a foreign affairs article on why we don't need more missiles, why we don't need more warheads. And the core of that, the most straightforward argument, is that damage limitation is not possible, and that counterforce decreases US security. So, even if the US could destroy every silo-based ICBM, every submarine import, every bomber, every strategic bomber, enough Russian and Chinese warheads would survive to destroy the United States as a functioning society. But the US can't destroy every silo-based ICBM. It's more likely that those ICBMs would be launched before they could be destroyed, either before a US strike or shortly after it's detected. In fact, the US maintains a launch-on warning capability precisely for this purpose, as does Russia. And it's widely assumed that China either has or will soon have such a capability. So the requirement, I should put that in air quotes, the requirement that the US be able to target every ICBM silo does nothing to limit damage to the United States, because a US strike against those silos would be more likely to trigger the launch of the ICBMs against the US, vastly increasing damage to the US. So as we argue in our article, increasing nuclear forces to try to achieve a damage limitation capability through counterforce is likely to decrease US security by providing incentives for the rapid and large-scale use of nuclear weapons, and by leading Russia and China to increase their nuclear forces. But we also acknowledge in our article that this frontal assault on counterforce is unlikely to be persuasive because it's so deeply ingrained in US strategic culture. And so I'd like to offer a few other arguments for why we don't need or won't add, why we don't need more warheads. The first is a little subtle, a little inside baseball. In a review of nuclear policy that was conducted in the Obama administration about 2012, it was decided that the deployed US strategic forces could be reduced by a third, from 1,550 to about 1,000. That was in the context of a follow-on agreement to New START that would limit Russia to a similar number, but the parity was a political requirement, not a military technical requirement. There was no expectation that a follow-on treaty would reduce the number of Russian targets by a third. So the review must have concluded that the US could deter Russia with a smaller force. And if that's so, we already have a surplus against Russia that could be directed at China. Another argument, which I think is really key, is that an increase in US nuclear forces will trigger a three-way arms race. And of course, that's the title of this session. If the US increases the number of deployed strategic warheads by 1,000, Russia and China will conclude they have to increase their forces to maintain an adequate deterrent. And those increases in Russian and Chinese forces would be used to justify further increases in US forces, and so on and so on. The advocates of increases in US forces maintain, well, that won't necessarily happen. But that seems to be a combination of wishful thinking and mirror imaging. For example, some have argued that because the US would increase the number of warheads by uploading existing missiles, or by building in the longer term additional subs and bombers, we would be adding any new aim points. The number of missile silos and sub and bomber bases would remain the same, and so Russia wouldn't require any additional warheads. I doubt that Russia or China are going to see it that way. At a minimum, they will believe that an increased number of US warheads will erode their retaliatory capabilities, requiring a buildup on their side. Russia often mentions the balance of deterrence and principles of equality, which suggests they will insist on parity. And the substantial increase in, or a substantial increase in national missile defense, such as that called for by Golden Dome, are likely to cause Russia and China to push for more offensive warheads just to maintain the same retaliatory capability. US missile defense was the rationale for the new Russian weapons that we complain about, Sarmat, the Avangard hyperglide vehicle, the nuclear-powered torpedo and cruise missile. And it's probably the rationale for the buildup of Chinese nuclear forces that is well underway. And in fact, Russia's statement that it just made about extending the New START limits or extending observance of the New START limits notes that US plans to expand missile defense could nullify our efforts to maintain the status quo. So that's another argument. Another argument, though, is just practical. The US is already struggling to modernize its current nuclear force. Sentinel is greatly delayed. Minuteman may be deployed until 2050. The only warhead that can be uploaded on Minuteman is the W-78, which is near the end of its lifetime. In fact, rather than extend that warhead, the decision was made to build a new warhead for Sentinel, but that warhead will be delayed by the need to fabricate new pits. So it's not clear when additional ICBM warheads would be available. It is possible to upload Trident, but that would place even greater reliance on the W-76, and the higher warhead loading will limit targeting and patrol flexibility. A new warhead for Trident is under development, but that also will have to wait for new pit production. Some have suggested reactivating the 4 tubes on each submarine that Kingston mentioned, but that would take time and is not so easy to accomplish. And others have mentioned deploying additional submarines, but that would have to wait until the end of the submarine build in 2045. So the options for a significant increase in deployed strategic forces are limited for the next 10 or 15, maybe even 20 years. So it doesn't make sense to me to refuse to adhere to the New START limits when our options for deploying more warheads are so limited. My final argument is purely political. Trump is obviously campaigning for a Nobel Prize. When he has spoken about nuclear weapons, as Kingston mentioned, it has been about the need for denuclearization or even elimination. And one thing we know about this administration is that the boss is always correct. Even if Hegseth and everyone below him was convinced of the need to deploy more warheads, they won't contradict the boss. And Senate Republicans will fall in line as they have on every other issue. And now Trump's good friend, Vladimir Putin, has offered to continue to observe the New START limits if Trump reciprocates. And I hope that would seal the deal. So that's 5 arguments for not increasing nuclear warheads. I certainly hope that some combination of those sticks. So, thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. I wanted to ask former Assistant Secretary Mallory Stewart, my good colleague, to talk especially about Golden Dome. The senator already noted the distinction between the ambitious goals of Golden Dome to prove an impervious shield to any aerial attack versus the more limited goal of a specific area defense against specific threats. The more ambitious goal, as I already noted, is not one that physicists believe is possible. Steve has written a great piece on exactly that. Defense industry executives and politicians may disagree about what's possible. And of course, we have a president and a Congress who are ready to be big spenders with the future tax revenues from our grandchildren to pay for the dome. I'm interested not only in what you see as positive, as feasible, what you see as impractical, what you see as expensive, And what might the effects be on strategic stability among these three great powers?
Great. Well, thank you so much, Tom, and thank you to the Arms Control Association. It's lovely to see so many colleagues, former president, and hopefully future collaborators in the audience. First, I should caveat that there are a number of open questions about Golden Dome. We have not yet seen the necessary strategy or details. We don't know aspects of what would be prioritized, and there are numerous and varied paths forward that would affect some of the answers to your questions, and also I was told there'd be no math. But in his recent American Enterprise Institute working paper, Todd Harrison provided a useful framework for thinking about Golden Dome. This paper was about how the different prioritizations under Golden Dome could vastly affect divergent financial outcomes, costs and implications to the tune of billions and billions of difference between the paths forward. To quote him specifically, he says, "In the end, Golden Dome's cost will not be determined by fiscal constraints or technical capabilities, but by political choices, which risks leaders are willing to mitigate, which they are willing to trade, and which they are prepared to accept." So that's a possible framework in which we could consider Golden Dome by taking off political hats and analyzing and understanding the Golden Dome's risk trade-offs. Hopefully we can help do what this community is good at doing, which is working to reduce the risks for the US and our allies and partners, and hopefully helping to reduce the risks to the global community. So any new strategic system, as we've heard and as we've discussed, offensive or defensive, certainly has significant implications for our foreign policy and will complicate our relationships with Russia and China, if not directly fuel ongoing security spirals. In this way, Golden Dome is no exception. But Golden Dome is certainly unique in drastically changing the way we have thought about missile defense for the past 2 decades. And many of you know this history, so I'll go through it very quickly. Since 2002, which I comment on because my kids think it's numerous lifetimes ago, but it is not, when the US pulled out of the ABM Treaty, we've seen a change in our approach to missile defense, right? Under the ABM Treaty, the US and Russia had a certain level of mutual restraint, mutual commitment to restrain defenses for the purposes of strategic stability analysis. However, post-2002, our approach has been quite different. The limited US deployed missile defense capabilities were directed against rogue states and regional threats. We focus primarily on limited capacities to prevent the one-off or two-off and maybe a couple more missile capacities that would come at us from North Korea potentially or Iran. Despite repeated assurances to Russia that our missile defense architectures were not directed at them, and of course that our deployed missile defense interceptor numbers didn't even come close to the allowed limit under the ABM Treaty, Russia had deep concern about our missile defenses all along. So the negotiators from Russia repeatedly sought legally binding guarantees that our missile defenses would not be aimed at them. We repeatedly assured them that they were not aimed at them, but we could not give them these legally binding commitments. In the New START Treaty, which we've been discussing, the preamble provided a direct recognition of the interrelation between strategic offenses and defenses, addressing this concern from Russia to the degree that we were able to address it. Certainly the Biden administration's national security policies, including the Missile Defense Review, recognize the interrelationship between offensive and defensive capabilities. Russian concerns persisted. Despite us being very clear with the limited purpose for our missile defense, trying to show as much as possible they were not directed nor had the capability to affect Russia's nuclear deterrent, including its ability to engage in nuclear retaliation, Russia was still deeply concerned. And we know this because Russia responded, again, light years after 2002 in 2018, with Vladimir Putin announcing that Russia had actually developed these 6 novel super weapons that Kingston just mentioned. And also, Steve, that we've seen this strategic capability development, specifically, as Putin said, to restore Russia's nuclear deterrence capability in the face of American technological developments following America's withdrawal from the ABM Treaty, which again, my kids would say, they're still talking about that, and yes, they are. So against this background of this history of concern, let's very quickly, to lay a baseline of commonality, look at what the Golden Dome proposal is. So Golden Dome is intended to be a state-of-the-art, multi-layered missile defense system. I'm using some quotes here. The effort is recognized as an engineering integration challenge, but through massive integration complexity, the success will seamlessly integrate all missile defense pieces and organizations, connecting our existing systems, Aegis, GMD, THAAD, Patriot, with new space-based assets. The threat coverage is designed to counter the full spectrum of sophisticated missile threats from adversaries, including North Korea and Iran, but specifically like China and Russia, and to address those long-range cruise missiles, hypersonic glide missiles, MIRVs, and even systems launched from space, including the newly developed fractional orbital bombardment systems. So it's really a layered defense approach, having launch disruption at pre-launch phase, boost phase, mid-course, terminal phase. Maximizing interception success is the effort. And the inclusion of space-based assets is a defining feature that grants unique advantages over existing systems. Again, this is how this Golden Dome presentation is being perceived. What I do want to point out here before we go into a discussion of the risk trade-offs is that ultimately bringing our existing missile defense architectures together, making them more cohesive and able to speak to each other in ways that they haven't, is sort of a main point for those that advocate for Golden Dome. That uniting in a layered way our existing missile defense architecture, which hadn't previously been directed or even capable of addressing global threats, broad targeting threats, is something that the Golden Dome advocates support very importantly. But of course, there is an acknowledgement that for every defensive approach, there's an even more creative offensive approach. And so back to Todd Harrison's point, that, quote, the issue for policymakers is not whether the nation can build an impenetrable shield, because it cannot, but how to balance the risks. Okay, so with that background, the Golden Dome Initiative inherently involves significant risk trade-offs. And I hope to discuss here three sort of major arenas for those risk trade-offs, but there are many more. So the first one that I want to discuss is the strategic stability versus a political sort of a homeland security, a sense of security context. And really the frustrations that have been building on both sides of this conversation. The second trade-off that I may or may not get to, as well as the third, are interrelated, the budgetary allocation and opportunity cost, or the high cost versus the uncertain feasibility and uncertainty of political will supporting this. And then the third one, deployment speed versus system reliability. So three large buckets. And if I only get to the first one, we can discuss during question and answer some of the other two bucket points. So of course, the perceived benefit of protecting the U.S. homeland should be measured against the risk of undermining strategic relationships and accelerating the global arms race. We've already heard about this. And Steve mentioned Putin's comment that particular attention must be directed towards the U.S. plans to expand strategic components of missile defense systems, while he said at the same time he could continue the caps of New START treaty. He specifically said that such destabilizing measures as missile defense could nullify our efforts in the arms control arena. And there have been explicit warnings from our adversaries throughout. Russia, China, and North Korea have all warned the Golden Dome could disrupt strategic stability and might spark a dangerous arms race. Russia and China issued a joint statement condemning Golden Dome, creating a hardly surmountable obstacle to the constructive consideration of nuclear arms control. There's been numerous comments that Golden Dome reflected a rejection of this important relationship, inseparable interrelationship between strategic offensive and strategic defensive arms, which we discussed Russia deeply cares about. Russia and China have expressed concern that the initiative fundamentally challenges the nuclear balance by creating a scenario where the U.S. might negate a retaliatory strike. They claim that the U.S. seeks a first strike capability wherein Golden Dome would intercept a radically weakened retaliatory strike after a conventional or nuclear or non-nuclear strike, heightening the danger of destabilization and undermining the threat of nuclear retaliation. All of us in this room have often heard either ourselves or others discuss the long-standing understanding that deploying missile interceptors can lead to buildup of more numerous and sophisticated offensive missile systems, decoys, multiple warheads, and that the lower cost and faster rate of these offensive systems could overwhelm and evade missile defenses, but also lead to a long-term challenge for the defending system. And finally, the threat of additional space weaponization. There's been numerous conversations about militarization of space, and that the concern that a missile defense interceptors, the concern that space-based sensors and interceptors will directly exacerbate what is an existing and ongoing arms race in outer space. But we also need to consider the other side. We know that China and Russia have space control capabilities. We know that there is an effort, at least according to the US government, and strongly felt understanding that there is a Russian effort to develop a nuclear-armed anti-satellite capacity that would deeply affect any space-based systems. Advocates for Golden Dome again, identify several advantages. And this goes back to our discussion in the beginning that providing comprehensive defense against advanced threats, finally recognizing that Russia and China have their own missile defense capabilities that are certainly directed against incoming challenges from the United States and the West. And yet we have focused primarily on, again, regional threats, more limited challenges from countries such as DPRK and Iran. There's a concern that in the advocates for Golden Dome that there's been strategic atrophy. We've heard inklings of this from the two prior speakers, and that Golden Dome could drive innovation and economic benefits in the commercial space arena, and then have a dual use purpose to protect our space assets. Basically, they argue there's already an arms race happening. It's happening on Earth and in space. Russia and China have their own missile defenses, specifically targeting US capabilities. And to not acknowledge a changed circumstance here is not to address the ongoing threats that we face in this arena. Now, I'm not suggesting that that offsets the risk of strategic stability, the risk of destabilizing our relationships and the strategic balance. But what we need to do is figure out how to address some of the arguments that this Golden Dome concept has sort of fed into, that we need to protect our homeland. We need to figure out how to affect an ability to prevent the threatened use of nuclear weapons, as we saw in the Ukraine context. How to complicate the calculus in potential strategic competitors to prevent coercive challenges when we right now are in a situation we take those threats, and we've potentially seen that to a certain degree, depending on who you ask, limit our ability to respond, potentially in the Ukraine context and in others. So where can we change some of these incentive structures? Is there a way to manage nuclear escalation by providing an additional rung? And is there something to be learned from the Golden Dome advocates as to what we can do in this context? Again, I think the challenge of addressing the concerns of our strategic competitors, the challenge of recognizing some of the benefits of Golden Dome, if they exist, really stem from the one potential path forward, and that is engagement, discussion, description, and clarity as to what the Golden Dome project is. Right? There's an argument in the Golden Dome community that it can also support our alliances, right? We bring Canada in more through a NORAD collaboration. We talk about regional missile defense systems from our allies being coordinated and brought into the Golden Dome architecture. We have a possibility to extend a sense of security to our allies in closer collaboration. But again, none of this is possible if we keep our understanding of what Golden Dome can do to ourselves, and if we don't discuss why there is a need or some perceived desire for this system. So I would just say that in analyzing these risks, this community specifically has to evaluate how there is going to be a security spiral continuing to be driven, even by discussions of Golden Dome without greater clarification. At the same time, there's a need to explain the reason for the advocates for Golden Dome seeing this as a necessary development. And I think we have to figure out how we approach that. My understanding is that the Trump administration will certainly claim success no matter how this Golden Dome program rolls forward. It successfully achieved collaboration. It successfully made things more golden in a world in which they were not. And we in this community have to really put the risks in the same sort of context of saying, yes, there could be success here, but if we don't take the long-term continual arms race into account, if we don't take the feelings of instability, the true lack of belief by Russia that our missile defenses are anything except hoping to negate entirely their strategic deterrent, then we further exacerbate instability that has existed for many years, again, since the decades-old position of 2002. So finally, the trade-off between budgetary allocation and opportunity costs and the deployment speed versus system reliability, all of the concepts you've heard before. I'll just clarify two things. One, that Senator Tim Sheehy, when he announced plans to form the Golden Dome caucus, said in his best estimate, it will likely cost in the trillions if and when Golden Dome is completed. So there is an acknowledgement. This is a purported supporter, the Golden Dome caucus sort of lead, is acknowledging this could potentially cost an astronomical amount. Aaron Miles, in a recent very technical report from Lawrence Livermore National Lab, Center for Global Security Research, concluded that current defense technologies are far from meeting the necessary cost reductions to achieve stability against capable adversaries. And he particularly noted that space-based systems require unit cost to be reduced by factors of 40 to nearly 300 to be economically competitive and to deter an offense-defense arms race. He also emphasized that defenses against large-scale attacks can only be effective if they are demonstrably more affordable for the U.S. than the adversaries to counter. Otherwise, the U.S. risks undermining its security and driving itself into bankruptcy based on its efforts to make Golden Dome operational. These budgetary challenges are vast cost discrepancies. We've seen anywhere from $100 billion to trillions, again mentioned. We've seen the question on sustainability of funding, budget train-offs, bureaucratic and acquisition headwinds are going to be a really big problem. A need for sustained political will, which of course we cannot be convinced of. And finally, the trade-off on deployment speed and system reliability is a huge problem. The rapid development versus the rigorous testing required, integration challenges with rapid fielding, all of these.
I'll make a quick comment on Golden Dome, and then we will go back to our panelists. And in the second round, I want to talk specifically about China, and I'll ask Kingston first about the idea of trilateral negotiation or discussion. I try to save time for a couple of questions from the audience. There'll only be time for a couple, I think. If you have a really good question, please jot it down and hand it to one of our staff. I'll note on Golden Dome, I continue to talk to non-government experts in both China and Russia, and there's very mixed feelings there about the Golden Dome proposal. On the one hand, they have physicists too, and they know it's not going to work, and spending trillions of US dollars on such a system means the U.S. is not doing other things to compete either military or economically with China and Russia, so some people welcome it. On the other hand, it justifies the point of view of those who make nuclear policy in those countries, which are primarily the military, to increase spending and increase arsenals. So the reaction among those that we seek to compete with is very mixed. I mean, I see something in the American psyche that finds it very hard to accept the fact that we are vulnerable, that there is no defense against nuclear missiles. And in a political atmosphere that rewards strength and masculinity, it's kind of unavoidable that people are going to say, we refuse to accept that we are potential victims. It's a hard truth that I try to share with American people, but it's not easily accepted. Let's have perhaps shorter comments from each of you about the third leg of the triangle, China and its increase in its arsenal. I think we are already in a three-way nuclear arms race that, in my estimation, will exceed in cost and danger anything that we saw during the Cold War. China perhaps running faster than the US and Russia at the moment. Start with Kingston. Is there any prospect for a meaningful three-way discussion among China, the United States, and the Russian Federation?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think three things I'd say at the top just to establish, I think, some ground truth. First, the significant growth in China's nuclear stockpile is real, number one. Two, it is not consistent with China's obligations under the NPT. And three, that the past refrain from China that it will only get off the sidelines when the US and Russia have further reduced, I think is less credible with each additional warhead that is added to China's stockpile. All that being said, I think it continues to be unrealistic in the near term to expect progress in the pursuit of a trilateral agreement with the United States, Russia, and China that seeks to limit the size of each of the nation's arsenals. I think Mallory and other colleagues in the Biden administration had it right in aiming to begin a conversation on stability topics, on doctrinal topics, on crisis management, on how the pathways by which and through which escalation could get out of control. And that remains, I think, a good goal to pursue today. And I think that conversation can happen in parallel with pursuit of a discussion with the Russians on what a post-New START framework and a post-New START arms control process might look like. Now, the two are going to have to be linked, as I alluded to in my remarks. The U.S., given the conversation that's going on about the sufficiency of the U.S. nuclear arsenal, there may be a point at which, let me rephrase, the limits that the U.S. might be willing to agree to are going to have to take China's force size into account. I think that's unavoidable and undeniable. But I think there can be two tracks, Rose Gadamer has written about this, dual tracks that can be pursued, both to seek to continue to have constraints and restraints on Russia's arsenal, as well as to seek to begin a process with China.
Okay. Let me ask, Mallory, you actually held a formal arms control consultation with China in late 2023. I think that followed a meeting between President Xi and President Biden, which may have been the immediate reason it was possible to do that. I'm interested in your comments about that, as much as you care to reveal why it didn't go further, and what prospects do we have for having a consultation, a meeting, a discussion, a warm cup of coffee together. I mean, my own opinion is that I have seen over the years dozens of meetings that never happened because the two sides could not agree on an agenda and sometimes even on the title of the meeting. And I hope that there may be an opportunity for people from two governments to sit down without publicity, without a press release after, without any capital letters in the title of the meeting, and just start talking. If you think that's a possible prospect, I'd like to be encouraged.
I've always been in the camp of not giving up on that possible prospect, right? I think it's always odd to me that there is a persistent belief that engagement somehow, or the desire for engagement, indicates weakness. I don't understand that. You're not conceding anything in the engagement. As long as you don't engage with the expectation that it will stop you from forward progress on something. And I'm mindful in this context of the presidential meeting between Trump and Putin delaying, I think, our ability to continue supporting Ukraine or to in any way hold Russia accountable for its continued war on Ukraine. We still haven't seen sanctions, and there is an argument that maybe that engagement prevented Trump from taking stronger actions, and I think that's unfortunate. Putting that aside, as long as the engagement does not prevent the leadership from taking actions it feels it has to take until the engagement changes that understanding, engagement in and of itself is not weakness. To your point, Tom, I think that we were able to make progress with China on certain things. There was a meeting, that we were actually building up to between our presidents after our November 2023 risk reduction engagement. And more importantly, we were able to actually make forward progress after that meeting. We started having our military-to-military engagements, which is one of the things we asked them for at the meeting. They gave the first missile launch notification in 44 years of an ICBM that went the other direction, not over their territory. We had asked them for missile launch notifications. We talked to them about a continuing dialogue on our combined space threat perceptions, understanding that both a nuclear weapon in space would deeply affect all of us, but also that our space threat perceptions were, it was in our mutual interest to understand what we saw, what we weren't seeing, where our concerns were. That didn't play out. I wish we had had more time, but hopefully that is something that could be discussed going forward. And we also talked about restarting our chem-bio threat perception dialogues that had also continued up until the Biden administration and the previous Trump administration. And that also didn't have a chance to proceed, but we were able to talk about those issues on the sidelines of multilateral engagements after that, and we were able at least to present our position on certain concerns and hear their concerns. Your question is why it didn't go forward. There were a lot of factors, unfortunately, a lot of complicating political statements, a tension with respect to our relationship with China that continued, I think, to build on itself. And again, this undercurrent of seeking engagement, desiring arms control somehow puts us in a more vulnerable position. And I think we should fight against that. I think we should say we are desiring stability in our relationship, preventing risk and miscalculation, unintentional escalation, which is in nobody's interest. We are not weaker for striving towards that. We are stronger, and we are trying to be collectively stronger and build our relationship through that understanding. So I hope that answers your question, but it was really deeply unfortunate we weren't able to continue that conversation, I hope. And I continue to be optimistic that those conversations can continue, both in the track 2 and hopefully eventually in the track 1.
I mean, my own observation is, look, Washington and Moscow never stopped talking about nuclear issues from 1963 until about 2014, because one leader after another in both capitals recognized this is existential. There is nothing more important than preventing a nuclear war. There are still leaders who say there is nothing more important than preventing a nuclear war. But the Russians say there is nothing more important than preventing a nuclear war except Ukraine is importanter. China says there's nothing more important than preventing a nuclear war, except Taiwan is more important. And if you are annoying us about Taiwan, we can't talk to you today. I'm not quite sure how to get past that. Steve, I welcome your thoughts on how much the Chinese buildup actually changes the equation, what it may or may not reveal about China's stated nuclear doctrine.
Well, I think the main issue is the one that Kingston mentioned, not knowing when it will stop, when the modernization expansion will stop, and not really knowing a lot about the underlying rationale for it. I have my own guesses. I had long admired the Chinese approach to nuclear deterrence. They had decided for many decades that nuclear deterrence of the United States and Russia was relatively easy to achieve and through a minimum deterrent force. They emphasized no first use, which I have long thought was a smart approach to it. And so it's dismaying to see this big expansion. And I think what may, before I mentioned missile defense, but also I did notice that in the 2000s that Chinese scholars and strategists would often comment on the U.S. refusal to acknowledge mutual vulnerability. It was not stated, for example, even in the Obama NPR. And that was a significant omission. And, the Chinese scholars read the American literature. They can read American strategists who say how important it is to have superiority so that we can coerce other countries in a crisis if we have nuclear superiority, so that we can credibly threaten to escalate to the use of nuclear weapons. There's really, no shortage of articles that make this point. And so I think perhaps the Chinese leadership decided to disabuse us of that notion that they were going to build up to a level that would make it clear that there was no combination of counterforce and missile defense that would remove U.S. vulnerability to the Chinese deterrent. And in a crisis, the U.S. wouldn't be able to credibly threaten to escalate to the use of nuclear weapons. So that's my guess about what's underlying it. If that's the case, then perhaps this current buildup will come to an end soon, because I think we're already well past the threshold where we could believe, where the U.S. planners could believe that we could somehow be immune to China's nuclear forces.
Thanks. One of the things that disturbs me about China's buildup is it illustrates more vividly that none of the N5, the recognized nuclear powers, is currently meeting its legal obligation under Article 6 of the Nonproliferation Treaty. Each of the five has an argument as to, it's not our fault, it's the other guy's fault. But there's 180 nations that don't accept that argument, and that it bothers me, and it leads to deterioration of the most important treaty in the nuclear sphere. I'm going to adapt some of the questions I've received, which are all good. There's a bit of an obstacle on the U.S. side as well, more than one, of course, to having meaningful discussions about reducing nuclear risk. As I said, it's always difficult to agree on the agenda. We insist we will talk about this, and you have to as well, but we are not going to talk about that, no matter what you say. One of the things that it has been difficult or impossible for U.S. negotiators to talk about is ballistic missile defense. It is such a shibboleth in the U.S. Congress that we will never agree to an agenda that includes it. Is there a way around that? Maybe not going all the way back to the ABM treaty, but at least having a dialogue with the Russians that says, we're going to talk about all these things, you're going to talk about the things you want to talk about, and we will have an initial discussion. Do you think under this administration or a future administration we can do that? I'll start with Mallory.
I hope so. I mean, I think that's the only chance we have. If Russia is reaching out and saying we want to continue potentially a strategic stability dialogue, and that's the most recent implication from Putin, that we should take advantage of that and talk about the things we want to talk about and have them talk about the things they want to talk about, but actually try to see where there is some commonality. And we get caught up in semantics, we get caught up in sort of the agenda and what it says and who gets which advantage, and I feel like the opportunity is now. And back to Rose Gottemüller's article, with this president who has such a control of our Congress, some of these traditional sticking points may not be as significant, and so this is the time to continue a strategic stability conversation, to try to address some of these concerns, and while certainly are not going to get to legally binding restraints on our missile defense capacity anytime soon, understand across the table why Russia cares so much and explain to them why we think we're in an imbalanced situation where they're allowed to have missile defenses and somehow we're not. Missile defenses that address our threats, and we want missile defenses that address their threats. So I think it is a good time to try. I very much hope that this most recent sort of outreach by President Putin is received.
Yeah. I mean, I noted earlier that some of the best people from the most experience in negotiation are no longer in their positions, but I didn't mean to imply that we don't have some really brilliant people in the Department of State and elsewhere who are capable of working on these questions. And I would hope that they get some direction from the Secretary of State to work on these issues and be ready for a multifaceted dialogue with Russia and with China.
Can I say something really quickly
Yes,
on that
please.
point, Tom? So I agree with everything that Mallory just said. In the context of the conversation about whether the United States ought to free itself from the New START constraints, one of the arguments is that right now the United States, given the modernization that has been undertaken in Russia, that is ongoing in China, it doesn't have anything to bring to the table to incentivize Russia in China to agree on some kind of new arms control arrangement, and that additional nuclear weapons could provide some leverage. Is that true? I think reasonable people can disagree. But as Mallory highlighted, both Russia and China have made it clear what U.S. capabilities they are very concerned about. And one of those is missile defense. So in my view, we shouldn't take what might be our strongest points of leverage a priori off the table. Now, does that mean we take measures to limit defenses in a way that would never pass muster in our own political system? Not necessarily, but it doesn't seem prudent to me to take what could be, our strongest leverage off the table even before we go into the negotiation. And likewise, I think it's fair for us to expect, given if we're going to have a conversation about defenses, given the developments that both Russia and China are undertaking in this sphere, that they come to the table willing to talk about their defenses as well. So I just wanted to add that to the mix.
Thanks. Steve, let me read this question for you and then maybe expand it a little bit. If you were President Putin or President Xi, and you are in a crisis involving the United States, does your basic decision calculus change if the U.S. has a net numerical advantage in strategic deployed warheads?
Well, the short answer would be no. I don't think it really has, and I don't think there is any historical evidence that the nuclear balance influenced the outcome of crises. We just take the situation over Ukraine. Do you think that if the U.S. had had 1,000 more warheads, strategic or tactical, that would have influenced Putin's calculation? it's just hard for me to see the logic where he would have said, oh, no, now I see I'm outmatched. It's often said, I think following Tom Schelling, that it's a game of risk-taking, of competition, right? And I don't think how many warheads you have, having another 1,000 really influences that risk-taking competition very significantly. It's about, whether the first one would be used, not whether the 1,000th one would be used. So no, I don't think that the nuclear balance really influences the outcome of crises meaningfully, not once countries, both sides have a survivable retaliatory force.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it involves a lot of trying to read the minds of distant leaders, some of whom we know have thought long and hard about nuclear scenarios, and some who have hardly thought at all about nuclear scenarios. And that makes it really difficult to predict, but I think I agree with your answer. Let me ask a creative question here and then expand it a bit. Would a tripartite agreement to ratify the CTBT, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, be a viable option to stabilize the trilateral dynamic? And let me expand that a little bit. Can you think of other things? This is an opportunity to be creative, of imaginative, creative, innovative things that any of these three leaders might be able to put on the table that would change the direction of what is already an arms race. Anybody? Or just answer the CTBT one, as you wish.
I mean, there's a lot of incremental things that could be done that would help, right? I mean, I think there's been good discussion of bringing China potentially into the National Nuclear Risk Reduction Center communication system, right? Providing notifications of treaty regimes, but also providing a capacity to communicate to prevent, miscalculation. There's suggestions of, making sure that we can entrench strategic stability dialogues in a way that they can't be sort of offset by politics as easily. Just making sure there's lines of communication and capacity to appreciate each other's threat perceptions in a way that allows for the prevention of unintentional escalation, right? And I think these are all very incremental, not as really amazing as a CTBT trilateral sort of agreement would be. And that would be amazing. I think the challenge is to get to that level. We have to overcome so many historical sort of inconsistent approaches to these points. We have to overcome the politics and the legal restraints, and then really overcome the challenge by the majority of our community in the deterrence arena that we can't verify these commitments, right? The verification is always a big problem. So if we could build in the utilization of emerging technologies, AI, and space sensors in a way that could actually make verification possible, maybe that becomes more a reality. But there's a lot of, I always think we're only limited by our own creativity in things that we could take to reduce risk, even if small and seemingly very iterative. I think we should still try to take those steps.
I think it would be wonderful if we could somehow get to that point. And although some former Trump administration officials argued for resuming nuclear testing, if somehow President Trump himself became convinced that this was a good initiative, then, as you mentioned, the Republican senators would fall in line and ratify something that would be impossible with a Democratic president, as we've seen twice. And then if the US ratified, China would ratify, Russia would re-ratify. On verification, the existing verification system is very good, but the US has already offered to have site visits to improve, verification of subcritical, that existing testing is subcritical. So I think it's an interesting idea that I hope could be explored.
I'll just say briefly on the CTBT point that I agree with what Steve said. One potential complication would be, and I'll refer you to several of the recent State Department compliance reports on this score, that there is concern about both Russia and China's adherence to a zero-yield interpretation of the, not in terms of the scope issue, but in terms of testing activities that may be inconsistent with a zero-yield interpretation of the CTBT. There are, I think, ratification and entry into force of the agreement would provide additional tools in the toolkit to address those concerns. And
Yes.
There's an organization by the name of the Arms Control Association that has also suggested some interesting transparency measures that could be pursued to try and address those concerns as well.
And maybe just a two-finger on Steve's point and Kingston's point is that if we can start by sitting down and saying this is what zero yield means to us, how does that threaten us, right? Why is that a challenge to do if we can just say these are the interpretive elements that we bring to this treaty discussion, and let's discuss that and then build from there. And I think site visits is, again, a good iterative way to ultimately get to the goal that you mentioned of a trilateral sort of adherence and ratification of the CTBT.
And that could even include the confidence building measures that
Absolutely.
we're willing to offer at the test site.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not terribly impressed by three proud, confident powers saying, you go first. No, you go first. No, this is not responsible leadership on the part of any of the three. But of course, it was a planted question because I wanted to talk about creative ideas. And it should be what not only the Arms Control Association, but so many of our partners in the field are all about. So I do want to recommend to everyone a publication that we made last year. Kelsey Davenport and others were key authors to it, about the concept of nuclear disarmament summits or nuclear summits. President Obama accomplished a great deal, not everything, but a great deal in the nuclear security field with a series of summits. And I think that there is every potential for one of the nuclear five, or possibly another state, to say we need a summit meeting, not to negotiate a global disarmament, but to agree on certain basic important principles and to begin a process. I don't know which country has the confidence to take the lead like that, but I do recommend this great publication from last year in the ACA Ouvre. Anything else you'd like to conclude about getting us onto an off-ramp?
Just, we can't give up.
Okay.
I think just the one thing I will say, and I think in the can't give up vein, is there, particularly on the arms control front, even if the prospects seem dim at the moment, there is value in thinking through proposals and ultimately developing proposals and even putting them on the table, not only to force a response on the part of Russia and China to engage seriously, but it's been some time since there's been a meaningful arms control negotiation. Expertise and talent and competencies have atrophied, and there's a need to reinvigorate and revitalize the ability of the U.S. Broader system, both inside and outside of government, to be able to engage in a conversation like this. Because there have been bleak times in the past where the thinking was that arms control was yesterday's thing and it's not going to happen again. And it turned out things changed. The geopolitical situation changed and opportunities arose. And it's important to prepare for that now. So, and that reflects the importance of the work that you all are doing, that we're still trying to do to prepare for that potential opportunity.
And I can agree with that I like to, remind people that no matter how grim things may look right now, things can change dramatically, very quickly. as we saw in the 1980s. In 1985, things looked very grim. I remember very distinctly, but just 2 years later, a dramatic difference.
People change
Yes.
things, and people demand change from their leaders.
And, you know, so as Kingston said, we have to be ready to take advantage of the opportunity when it comes.
Thanks. Well, when I look at how difficult it might be to resist the forces driving the arms race, I kind of think of what Ukrainians say to each other, which is to resist is difficult, to surrender is fatal. So thank you very much, and please thank our panelists today.
and there are flyers on the table outside. Hollywood has a lot of junk out there, but there's a very good film that's on the way called House of Dynamite, which I had the privilege of seeing just a couple of days ago. This is coming out on Netflix on October 24th. There's some big name stars. This is directed by Catherine Bigelow. Some of you might have heard of her. If you watch this, you will notice there are some themes in the movie that we discussed today. And so this may be something that arouses concern and interest in the broader public, and it will be all of our jobs to try to help direct that anxiety and concern in a productive direction. So just want to mention that before we turn this over. The film name is House of Dynamite. Yes. All right. With that, Kathy Crandall Robinson.
All right, welcome back. And this is our final panel for this afternoon. I am Kathy Crandall Robinson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Arms Control Association. And we are now going to talk about the growing push for action to reduce nuclear dangers. And I want to start out by noting that last year, it was very nice, the UN Secretary General Guterres sent us a special video message. And he said, humanity is on a knife's edge. The risk of nuclear weapons being used has reached heights not seen since the Cold War. And then he implored that we need all countries to step up, but nuclear weapon states must lead the way. And as we have discussed today, here we are at the 80th year of the nuclear weapons age, and in fact, that knife's edge is getting sharper, right? And by the way, leaders are not exactly stepping up, with some exceptions, like maybe a senator from Maryland. But here's the thing, history really is very clear and tells us that nuclear risk reduction, disarmament, breakthroughs come when there's an engaged, informed public that persuades policymakers to exercise leadership and hopefully make the right choices. So that's what we're going to focus on this panel today. We're going to focus both on what is the American public thinking about nuclear weapons and measures of risk reduction, and then what are civil society organizations and experts in the field saying and doing to move back from the nuclear brink. And I'm going to just mention one brief example. In July, ACA worked jointly with Win Without War, along with several other organizations, to launch a new call with dozens of organizations and expert leaders calling for a new call to halt and reverse the arms race. And this call is, I guess I have a prop here, is on the inside cover of the September issue of Arms Control Today. And by the way, if you do not have one yet, we are very happy to help you out with that. We have many to let you have today. So with that, I want to get started with our panelists. We have three great panelists to explore this push for action to reduce nuclear dangers. And I'm just going to introduce them all briefly. We'll begin with Stephen Cole. He is a senior research associate at the University of Maryland Center for International Security Studies, as well as the program director of the program for public consultation at UMD's School of Public Policy, and the founder and president of Voice of the People, an organization seeking to give Americans greater voice in policymaking. Then we have Bridget Moix, who is the Friends Committee on National Legislation General Secretary, and FCNL is the national Quaker organization that lobbies Congress and the administration to advance peace, justice, and environmental stewardship. And she also is an expert on peace building and conflict resolution. And then third, we have Mark Melamed, who is the Deputy Vice President of the Nuclear Threat Initiative's Global Nuclear Policy Program. And that's where he works on policies and programs related to nuclear arms control, strategic stability, and global disarmament and nonproliferation work. And prior to joining NTI, he served as the Deputy Director in the Office of Multilateral and Nuclear Affairs at the U.S. Department of State, and has had other roles in arms control policy at the Department of State and at the National Security Council. And I also just want to note that, so for those of you who are reading in the program booklet printed here, we were planning to have Bill Hartung join us, but unfortunately at the last moment he had a family emergency and couldn't be with us. But we have a good panel here. And so I'm going to ask Stephen to kick us off and tell us what you see the American public perceptions of nuclear weapons policies are.
All right. So you might be wondering, have the American people, are they still really concerned about nuclear war? Or are they just saying, oh, that's so 20th century, that's just not with us anymore? Well, there was an interesting survey done at Chapman University on what Americans are afraid of, and they do this very regularly. And they give people a list of 100 things, 85 things that they might be afraid of. And this includes things like, people I love becoming seriously ill, people I love dying, things like that. Well, in the top 10, year after year, is Russia using nuclear weapons. US becoming involved in another world war, North Korea using nuclear weapons. So it's right up there, and when you ask people what about, what are the most critical threats, right at the top of the list are things like Iran's nuclear program, North Korea's nuclear program, and so on. Are things getting better? Are things getting worse? Okay, it's concerned, but we got it under control. Well, YouGov just a few months ago asked, compared to 5 years ago, is the chance of nuclear war greater, less, or the same? Well, hardly anybody said less. 52% said greater, and another quarter said same. Interestingly, our young people, is that so, out of their mind? Well, actually, it's higher. It's the same metric 5 years out. 64% of 18 to 29-year-olds say it's greater. People 65 plus, 46%, maybe they've gotten a little more used to it. So young people are not used to it. Now, you go, oh, great. Well, not necessarily in terms of arms control. You can respond to the sense of vulnerability by wanting to take some action that eliminates the threat. Or you can have an inclination to take action that contains the threat, accepts the threat. And that's really what the essence is of attitudes about arms control. So when we do surveys, we don't just ask you a favorite post. We give arguments pro and con. And the argument in favor, and we're asking about how people feel about having U.S.-Russian arms control treaties. And the argument in favor about reducing the risk and having reducing tensions, not making sure people aren't too afraid, reducing the number of nuclear weapons so that there's fewer options of accidents and so on, that does really well. 7 in 10 find it convincing, and Republicans as well as Democrats. Well, then there's the argument against. Why should we keep our hands, tied up? Don't we want to reduce that risk? Don't we want to be free to take action to reduce the threat? We don't like this vulnerability. How does that argument do? So we shouldn't sign up for arms control agreements. Well, overall, it doesn't do very well. It does a lot less, but still, 58% of Republicans say they found it. Yeah, well, so you can feel both of these things. You can both feel the desire to have arms control and, well, maybe we should kind of look out for some kind of breakout possibilities. So it's really important to know that when politicians are in a room and they're talking to Republicans and they start saying, hey, let's act against this vulnerability, let's find some way out, let's not tie our hands, some people are going to be nodding, yeah, that's interesting, yeah. Even though they also will say that arms control is good. And then the key question, of course, is, in the end, what do they say? So, finally, do you approve or disapprove? Overwhelming, 83% approve, including 84% of Republicans. Older people are more definitive, 87%. Younger people, it's still 74%. So it does seem to get a little stronger as you get older. Specifically on extending the New START treaty, basically the arguments are fundamentally the same, and you still get that same dynamic of a modest majority of Republicans find convincing the argument against, but a larger number of Republicans find the argument in favor stronger. And in the end, 82% favor it, including 77% of Republicans and 89%. Just ask straight up in the Chicago Council survey, do you favor extending New START? 73%, including 80% of Republicans. I think another really interesting measure is attitudes about defense spending. Gallup has asked for decades, you favor increasing, decreasing, or maintaining defense spending. We have not, since 1981, I think is the year, had a majority of Americans favoring increased defense spending. Because that, to me, is a measure of, okay, we're going to try to get some edge on that. There's also support for, well, the Iran deal, and there has not been support for taking military action. Now, the test ban treaty, that's another interesting one, because that's like, well, that's a zone of where this idea of breaking out might come up. Well, when told that the U.S. has not ratified the treaty, the CTBT, but they're abiding by a moratorium on testing, overwhelming majorities, bipartisan, approve of that. However, one said, well, what if we have a weapon that we think might really give us a critical advantage that could really make a difference? Should we test it then? And a majority says no, but 52% of Republicans say, yeah, maybe we should. So there's still always that little lurking, maybe there's some way to get out of this, that you can play on. But in most cases, okay, let's really come down to it. Should we act based on that? No. We should have arms control. Yeah. We should abide by the CTBT. Yeah. On proliferation, that's a very big concern on people's part. How 2/3 say it should be a top priority. It's very steady on the goal of preventing the spread of weapons of mass destruction. Now, also the goal of eliminating nukes. Do they, 2/3 say nuclear weapons make the world more dangerous. That's quite simple. Now, that doesn't mean, they make in a world with nuclear weapons, about half will say they make the U.S. more safe. But in terms of what they actually prefer as the full outcome, the preferred outcome is a world where nobody has nuclear weapons. We're not talking about a readiness to disarm unilaterally, but you do have support for that as an aspiration. Now, one more final point. Do I have one more final time frame? Okay, is the whole idea of first use. Because that has this, maybe there's some kind of critical moment where things are just in such a way that you could act first and achieve an advantageous position. And basically the the attitude is 2/3 say, no, it's just not acceptable. Actually, 8 and 10 in some questions. However, it is not supported for the U.S. to come out, right out and say, we will never act first. There's the dominant position is to maintain some ambiguity so that nobody gets, like, there's some desire to keep an edge in the situation and to not totally back away. But, and I think in some ways this is the most interesting, there has been this, we explored in depth this legislation that would require the president to use nuclear weapons first, to have to go to Congress, and then Congress would have to declare war on the country. So that the president would not have that in his pocket. And 2/3 favor that, including 6 and 10 Republicans, because that, they don't really want the president threatening that implicitly. They see the danger in that. So the bottom line, as I see it, is this: they recognize the reality of vulnerability, and they basically do not think there's a way out of it. And arms control is, in some ways, most fundamentally a movement, a dance that states go through in relation to each other to say, I know I can't get an advantage over you. I know I'm vulnerable. We are both vulnerable. And basically, the American public says, yes. They sing along with that tune. They dance along with that dance. And sometimes if they can get a little glimmer in their eye, well, maybe there's a way out of this. And no, in the end, no. They accept this reality, and therefore they do support arms control.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So I think we need to be good dance instructors.
Yeah.
Bridget, from your perspective at FCNL, tell us what you are doing and what the grassroots groups are doing, and particularly what's happening on the Hill. How are we moving back from the brink and ending this spending more and more and more on nuclear weapons?
How to get more people dancing, right?
Yeah.
Yes, great. So I will say a few words first, just of gratitude, because I can't be in this room with this community without thanking so many people who have been mentors to me and colleagues. What was not said in my introduction is that I came to Washington and to FCNL almost 30 years ago now, and I didn't know anything about arms control or nuclear weapons or disarmament issues, and very quickly was thrown into learning about lobbying and advocacy on things like the CTBT and the CWC, Chemical Weapons Convention at the time. And it is remarkable the dedication of people in this room and of ACA. So thank you all so much, really, truly. And just to give people first a very brief snapshot of FCNL, Friends Committee on National Legislation, if you don't know us and how we work on advocacy and lobbying with Congress here in Washington and also around the country. We are an 80-plus-year-old Quaker lobby organization. We were created in 1943 by a group of Quakers from the Midwest who wanted to have a voice for peace in Washington, D.C., and began advocating on issues. And I was thinking back on the history of this organization going through the dropping of the first atomic bombs in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and beginning to advocate then immediately on the abolition of nuclear weapons, and that is still what we want. Given where we are, it seems like we have not been very successful, so don't hold that against me. But the endurance of the communities that are working on these issues in the grassroots and around the country, I just want to lift up, because there are people who are dedicated, have been dedicated for decades to advocating on arms control, nonproliferation, disarmament, and they are continuing to do that. And it's an honor to work with some of them. Obviously, today we've talked a lot about the moment we're in, the moment of danger from the reality of how close we are, the knife's edge. but also the administration that we're under, with the unpredictability of it, the uncertainty of it, and the loss of the JCPOA, the potential, expiration of START that we're facing. So there are a lot of issues around nuclear threats that we need advocacy on. There are also a lot of other issues that are overwhelming people right now. And so a big question for people who want to get folks around the country advocating on these issues and educating their community members and their members of Congress is, how do you focus? How do you help people pay attention to these issues now and focus energy and time on them? And then how does that advocacy make a difference? So I want to just share 4 lessons that I've been thinking about in terms of advocacy work on these issues, and then 4 actions and things that we would encourage folks to be doing right now. The first lesson is that the most powerful advocates are those who are most impacted. And I want to lift up some of the recent work by the downwinder communities. These are communities who have been impacted over the years by nuclear weapons testing, whose communities, families, environments have been seriously harmed. And they have been advocating for years for compensation. And we have had the honor of advocating alongside them over recent years for expansion of what's called the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, RECA. Folks may know about it. And we should be celebrating that there was a win this year. Amid all the bad things that happened, those communities, their incredible advocacy, and all the folks who contributed to that and supported that, got the largest expansion of RECA passed in the big, what we call at FCNL, the big bad bill. But that was a really important element that was a success. And having been, listening to the stories of these communities that they brought to Washington over and over again, scraping together money from their pockets to get to Washington and bring their stories to members of Congress, Republican and Democrat, that advocacy is very powerful. And thinking about that, as well, of course, the long legacy of the Hibakusha, who continue to advocate for a world without nuclear weapons, is very powerful. We will be going, Alan Hester, who leads our program at FCNL on nuclear weapons and military spending, will go to Ohio, to Wilmington College next week, where there will be some of the Japanese survivors as part of a conference on the 80th anniversary in rural Ohio, educating and organizing folks and sharing their stories. So that's a really important lesson about lifting up those stories and remembering the voices of the people who are most impacted. Lesson 2 is that we have to get better, I think, at connecting these issues to people's daily lives. And those connections are about the budget. The connections are about the fact that Congress and the administration are taking away health care and food assistance and a lot of programs that help people at the community level, and they're pouring it into the ever-expanding military budget and nuclear weapons budget. And so how do we communicate that better? Ben Cohen, if folks know, of Ben & Jerry's, has got a campaign to try to do education around this out in the public, and there are some exciting things happening. But we have to make these trade-offs real for people so they can see these issues as relevant to their lives. Third lesson is that diplomacy is always possible and actually can take many different forms. And obviously right now there's a lot going on. We've heard all the potential ups and downs and what's going to happen with Iran and the US and Russia and China, and where are the pathways and off ramps and ramps on back on. But I was yesterday in a meeting around a table with President Pezeshkian of Iran as part of a faith and peace delegation that he invited to come to New York and talk to him about the situation between Iran and the US and preventing war. And I have to say, this is the 4th year I've done this with an Iranian president. I'm just a girl from Ohio who ended up in D.C. working with some Quakers. So you don't know what form diplomacy is going to take. But what I heard really resonated with some of what we've heard today about the fact that this diplomacy, even at the highest level, is about dignity. It's about people. And trying to bring that perspective into these high-level, very difficult negotiations, I think is always important. We also talked in that meeting about the importance of people-to-people diplomacy and track 2 and track 3. And there's a long history of this with US and Russia relations, et cetera. And I think we need more of that, especially when we know that the top-level track 1 diplomacy is going to be really difficult. We need more of those people-to-people connections. Fourth lesson is that these are moral issues. And of course, for Quakers, this comes really down to our peace testimony, our faith. But for anybody who cares about these issues, it really is about core values of protecting human life. I mean, we have these very heady conversations in Washington about the mutual destruction of the entire planet, and I think helping people talk about these issues and think about them in the terms of the morality and the values that they hold. Most faith traditions and churches have a statement against nuclear weapons. This is a long-standing moral issue, and really talking about these issues in those terms is important in our advocacy. So, okay, I'll quickly wrap up with 4 advocacy actions and things that we are encouraging right now in relation to Congress and what folks can do. First of all, I really encourage people to find your story, find what is the connection for you, and share that with others in your community, share it with your member of Congress. Young adults are great at this. We're starting campus chapters, and we work with a big young adult network, and bringing in why do these issues matter to you is often what moves members of Congress. The stories are what they remember more than a lot of the facts and figures. We've been working specifically on a number of legislative issues. So in addition to the budget and the appropriations process, which is really important right now, and lifting up those trade-offs, we're urging members of Congress to speak publicly in support of a New START follow-on. It's really important to get those statements from members of Congress publicly right now. And also urging support for the resolutions that are in the House and the Senate right now, supporting arms control and diplomacy for disarmament. Just sort of basic resolutions, HRES 100, SRES 61, HRES 317, SRES 323. You can find lots more about this at FCNL's website if you want more info. A third action is that we really are trying to do more organizing in communities. So we have a structure now of advocacy teams around the country. We have advocacy teams in every state and multiple ones in some states. And having people come together and do that advocacy together in a structured way is how we build power to make a difference on these issues. And so finding those folks in local communities to connect with. The new call to halt and reverse the nuclear arms race is a really important initiative that we encourage people to get together in their communities and support. And then finally, just the last point about advocacy actions is I really think part of our job is to humanize these issues and the people on the other side of them. It really is to humanize Iranians and people in China and people in Russia and, the impacts on our own communities as well, so that people see these issues through the eyes of each other and not just through the eyes of the big, heady conversations that we also need to have in Washington. So I'll stop there.
Oh, that's great, thank you. And I think that the saying in the land of Quakers, where I went to a Quaker college, is that we have to find a way to speak to that of God in every person.
That's right.
So Mark, please tell us what you and your colleagues at NTI and in the expert community are doing to move us towards nuclear arms control and disarmament.
Sure, happy to try to do that. First, let me just add my word of thanks to the Arms Control Association for putting this together, and to all of you. Similarly, there's a lot of former bosses and colleagues and friends, so it's great to see you all. I think I had a former boss who said that one of the things about going toward the end of the day is that everything has been said, but not everyone has said it. So I'm going to do everything I can not to do that. We will see. I think we've heard a lot already, about. There's actually quite a bit of evidence that people, by and large, are concerned about nuclear dangers. They do support measures to reduce nuclear risks and nuclear dangers. But I think, as Bridget said, the challenge is, how do we break through, and how do we break through the noise? So it's not about changing mind. It's about making these issues resonant. I work on this full time, and I find it exhausting trying to sort of wade through all of the things that are going on in the world right now. So I think we have to be mindful of that. I do think, for better or worse, in many cases for worse, there have been, a series of developments in the last few years that have sort of provided that opportunity and brought these issues to the forefront. I mean, obviously Russia's invasion of Ukraine, war between India and Pakistan earlier this year, overlapping wars in the Middle East, all of these, are conflicts that have a nuclear dimension. And so, I think opportunity feels like a crass word, but I do think this is sort of a moment where there is an opening to have conversations about nuclear risk with people who might not otherwise be focused on that full time. Similarly, I would say, do you want me to keep going or wait?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Similarly, I would say I think there's also been some, pop culture sort of developments. There have been sort of things in popular culture that have emerged in the last few years that have also provided that opportunity. So, Oppenheimer coming out 2 years ago was obviously a moment that put nuclear issues on the radar. I think on a smaller scale, the Annie Jacobson book, Nuclear War, a Scenario, sort of really put out a compelling narrative and a minute-by-minute sort of very alarming description of, of what nuclear conflict would look like and how it would play out. And then Daryl alluded, of course, to the upcoming House of Dynamite, which I think will be widely available and probably widely seen and reach people in a way that we're not doing on a regular basis. So I think these are all also opportunities. So what I'm hoping to do is kind of talk a little bit about some of the ways in which we've tried to make use of those opportunities to date, and sort of where there may be future chances to do the same with what's coming up. And I think, in fact, there has been a lot of work, both NTI, but also others in the expert and NGO community, to really make use of these opportunities in the last few years. When Oppenheimer was released in 2023, I know a lot of organizations around town did panel discussions, organized screenings, wrote op-eds, sort of drew attention to the movie and to its ability to make nuclear topics more salient again. At NTI, our communications team in early 2024 launched a campaign sort of in the context of the Academy Awards race that included putting up billboards all around Los Angeles, working with social media influencers, putting up a public art installation, and all sorts of other things, really with the purpose of sort of reminding people that while Oppenheimer is sort of a historical document, it's about what has already happened, nuclear weapons sort of remain very much a part of our present and unfortunately our future. And so, this is something that it cannot be consigned to history yet, but that there are steps we can take to really make progress in reducing those dangers. Similarly, I know earlier this year, I think Plowshares and others organized a day of action on Capitol Hill where they went and delivered a copy of the Annie Jacobson book to every single member of Congress. So sort of as another way to kind of draw on what is happening in pop culture to bring attention to these issues among an audience that I think, unfortunately, is less and less focused and less engaged on nuclear issues. Separate from sort of the pop culture piece, obviously this year has been a year of commemorating 80 years since the Trinity test, since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And we've seen, I think, a lot of activity around that as well in the expert community. Kathy, I think, spoke about the new call to halt and reverse the nuclear arms race, which I think is notable. I mean, last time I looked, I think there's about 40 organizations who have co-sponsored it at this point. I think it's really useful in it is a short, punchy statement with concrete, easily understood steps that we're calling for. And I think that's really important in terms of breaking through to a broader audience and getting beyond kind of the expert community that would sit in a room like this. In a similar vein, in Chicago in July, there was a gathering of the Nobel Laureate Assembly for the Prevention of Nuclear War, which brought together a group of Nobel laureates with other prominent nuclear experts. And similarly, at the end of that meeting, put out a joint statement with, again, sort of, a menu of things that could be done to reduce nuclear risks. So, and then the last thing I'll mention is sort of NTI specific again, which is that in the run-up to the anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, we worked closely with the prefectures of Nagasaki and Hiroshima on a joint statement that was published in the New York Times and signed by, I think, more than 60 cultural leaders. So these are people from Hollywood, many of whom I'd heard of, some of whom I hadn't, but, but other people probably have. And so, again, kind of really committing people to use their voices and platforms to call attention to nuclear risks and to help imagine a safer future without nuclear weapons. So, this I think is kind of, these are all examples of taking advantage of opportunities that may present themselves, either tied to events, pop culture, sort of inauspicious days on the calendar, things like that. I think there's also been a lot of mobilization around specific issues in recent years. And in particular, I think there's been some notable success actually at finding issues and ways to talk about issues that can transcend sort of traditional partisan and polarized political lines. Bridget spoke already about RICA. I mean, I think one of the notable parts of RICA is there were strange bedfellows supporting that. Josh Hawley was sort of a big advocate for this. I would venture to guess that he is not the most popular senator among people in this room, but I think it is an example of, it brings together people who may have different views on other issues, but are able to coalesce around something concrete in this space. In a similar vein, NTI sort of starting last summer, fall, we were alarmed by an uptick in discussion about a potential resumption of nuclear testing in Nevada. And we were able to work with local partners in the state, really a broad cross-section of business groups, environmental groups, other civic organizations, to put together a coalition to oppose a resumption of nuclear testing, which ultimately produced early this year a resolution in the Nevada state legislature sort of voicing opposition to a resumption of nuclear testing that passed unanimously. So this included, again, sort of all Republican, all Democratic members of the legislature. The Republican governor in Nevada is on record opposing nuclear testing. So this is, yet another sort of discrete, tangible example of, people who probably don't agree on much of anything else managing to come together on something like this. More recently, just earlier this week, Carnegie Endowment, Belfer, and NTI put out a report on preventing an era of nuclear anarchy, and this was the result of a year-long effort bringing together a task force of around a dozen senior former officials and experts in this space to really look at sort of the growing calls for nuclear proliferation, for other countries, for more countries to acquire nuclear weapons, including in many allies and friends of the United States. And so, we brought together people who probably don't agree on everything or even most things, to really look closely at sort of the role of nonproliferation strategy in sort of the broader U.S. national security priorities, and generated a really strong consensus in favor of, basically the proliferation to anybody, including friends and allies of the United States, would make the world more dangerous. So, I do think these are all kind of instances in which there is potential for progress. There is sort of a way to break through. I think looking ahead, and I would just add, Daryl alluded to a house of dynamite. I mean, I think there is real opportunity there that this will, it'll be, I assume it will be prominently featured on Netflix's homepage. The algorithm will feed it to people who otherwise would never watch it. So hopefully they will watch it. And I think if they do, they will be alarmed. I mean, it's a gripping sort of minute by minute compelling story of, the U.S. government grappling with an incoming nuclear strike and all of the sort of the challenges and the frankly, absurdities of the way that would play out and the way that we've constructed this system of security. And so, I think it'll raise issues around sole authority, the president's sole authority to order a nuclear strike, which, I mean, not for nothing, but we are now in our third presidential term in a row where at least half the country doesn't think that the sitting president should have their finger on the button. So if there were ever a time for this issue to resonate, this would seem to be it. And that's independent of politics. I mean, that now spans both parties. So, I think, and also I just think this movie will sort of really drive home for people the fragility of the system that we've built, where, one mistake, one bad decision, at best will be catastrophic, right? And at worst will be existentially dangerous to the future of humanity. So it's really, I think, will be a compelling moment. And as Daryl said, I think we need to all be thinking about how we use this moment to educate and reach new audiences. And then I'll just end by saying, I mean, that's the opportunity that we know about. I think if there's one thing that we should all have learned by now about geopolitics, our politics here in the United States, It's that things are going to be unpredictable, and there are going to be opportunities, for lack of a better word, that emerge that we're not anticipating. And I think the role that we in the expert and NGO community can play is to be ready for those, to have solutions, to have a plan when the moment presents itself. And so I know we're doing a lot of work on that at NTI. I know a lot of people in this room are doing that work. And I think, the opportunities will come, and hopefully we'll be ready to make the most of them. So thanks.
All right. So you have dance lessons and weightlifting, muscle training here, right? I am going to open this up to questions in just a minute. I want to ask you all, if you want, each of you could respond to this, or maybe just one of you, or whatever. As you look kind of at other intersectional fields, maybe human rights, maybe environmental policy, do you see particular tactics or strategies in those fields that you think we should do something like that in the nuclear disarmament arms control community? Uh-oh, I think I've stumped up.
You're the one.
Well, I will say, so peace building is my background, and I do think everything is local. And I think that really, this is how you make progress on climate change. It's how you make progress on peace building. It's how you really get people to understand, how does this affect you in your life? What does this have to do with you and your community? And I think arms control and nuclear weapons, we kind of think of as like, oh, well, that's just, you can't do that. That's in Washington. It's off limits. And I think, seeing the downwinder communities and the success on RECA, for me, it was like, this is real. This is real for people in their communities. It's real historically from the, what's the legacies of it that are still harming people, but it's real right now in terms of the threat that's there. And I think when the polling shows people care about it. And when you do something like get people together in their local community and have an initiative that relates directly to them, I think that really helps and makes a difference. So I think change doesn't come, from Washington, it comes to Washington. And I think that's a lesson that we really need to learn and apply more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. I mean, I think, certainly that was our experience in Nevada. I mean, it was a remarkably, I don't want to undersell sort of the difficulty in the work that went into that campaign, but it is a remarkably easy sell to tell people they want to start blowing up nuclear weapons in your backyard. How do you feel about this? Like, that is immediate. It hits people. They feel it, and and they oppose it. And that is not a political issue. It doesn't have anything to do with who you voted for. I mean, like, it resonates with people. And so I don't have the answer to how to do that with all of our issues, but I think that is kind of the sweet spot in a lot of ways, is how do you make this real for people in a way that feels tangible?
No thoughts. I have a question just for you, though, Stephen. What activities or approaches or frames can the arms control and disarmament community use to increase public concern about the nuclear threat and motivate more action to reduce that threat?
I think the most fundamental psychological process in this arena is the recognition of mutual vulnerability. And once that's clear, everything follows from it. And it does not have to be framed as a moral issue. It's just reality, right? And that there's actually no escaping this condition, and that's not how it used to be, and that's how it is now. There is a strong tendency to think of nuclear weapons as being fundamentally like conventional weapons, and if one side has more, they have an advantage over the one that has less, and the one that has less then has to submit to the one who has more, and all those dynamics. That's all changed, and people can get it. And when they do get it, all their thinking basically falls in line. It's not the same as, we really ought to take care of the poor. Or it's not the same as, you know, it would really be really better if we reduced our carbon dioxide output. And it's an illusion to think that we can get out of this state of mutual vulnerability. And there are political gains to be made by giving people the feeling that maybe I know the way out, you know. So it's just coming back. I mean, don't beseech people. Don't, you know, wish they would. You know, no, it's just a fact. And you can try to fool yourself all day, you know, but in the end, you'll see there's no way out of this, and therefore everything then follows from that. So it's a different kind of intervention than other, you know, social values or something that you might be trying to promote.
You know, I think people often talk about the 80s, and this is mentioned a couple times here today, about this surge in interest and the freeze movement and how this changed things. And then I'm a fan of looking back to the 60s and Women's Strike for Peace in the early 1960s. That was an incredible movement that achieved the Limited Test Ban Treaty. But this kind of movement, is something like that possible now? It better be somebody. I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that. Yes. Okay, we get yes. Maybe.
I mean, yes, I think it's absolutely possible. It might even be more possible because we have more reach and ability to mobilize people quickly than we had before. But I think the challenge to it is the noise. The challenge to it is the overwhelm, and how to make this issue either connected to things that people already care about or can relate to, or, you know, lift it up to the point of saying, look, this is so serious, we have to act on it now. And I think that right now, in this, you know, situation that we're in, is, to me, the biggest challenge, is sort of how do you, among all the things happening, how do you make this real? At the same time, it's, you know, when I travel around the country, you still see like those nuclear-free zone, like communities are still nuclear-free zones. You know, there's so much of that infrastructure from the movements that I think is still there, and, you know, people and knowledge, and so I think it absolutely is possible to do. I think one of the things we don't do that we should do more of is invest in organizing and invest in organizers and those in the efforts at the local and sort of grassroots level. We do a lot. We focus a lot on the expertise and on the diplomacy, which we need to do, but that's a Washington conversation, and we need to invest resources and time and energy into the community level work.
Right.
I think sort of a related point would be, I mean, you know, I think sort of the touchstone for a lot of people in the field is, you know, the day after an airing in 1980, I'm going to butcher the year, but sometime in the early 1980s, you know, and sort of how it reaching 100 million people and reaching Ronald Reagan and sort of changing the whole nature of this conversation. And I think that a moment that looks exactly like that strikes me as not practical. Just, I mean, there is no event short of the Super Bowl that 100 million people will ever watch again at the same time. Like, I mean, really, like, it's just not, that is not the way the media landscape is anymore. That's not the way that people consume. People have more options. So I think the key is, you know, finding new recipes that sort of get us to that same sort of momentum. And it probably has to be more dispersed and more tailored in some way, but, you know, because there's not going to be that single light bulb moment coming from pop culture. I guess there could be something catastrophic happening that would be the light bulb moment, but let's hope that doesn't end up where we are. But
remember that in the freeze movement, the big end run was Star Wars. So, oh, you're afraid of nuclear war, are you? I got the answer for you, Star Wars, right? So, I think we're facing the same situation now with this, with Golden Dome. Oh, you know, we can't be dominant in the world because of the state of mutual vulnerability. Golden Dome, right? So I think that's going to probably be the real major field of conflict. If proponents of that start making headway and thinking, oh, maybe we don't have to be vulnerable. That would be a game changer. They have more heavy lifting to do, because just where things are right now, people don't buy it. So there are signs, and you can see it in the polling, of really, oh, maybe, oh, you do? Oh, you have something? Oh, it's like they perk up, there's something attractive about it. So, we're going to need, people like Steve Fetter to get out there and very reasonably, step by step, take the thing apart, and if this happens, then that happens, right? Oh, yeah, and don't we think that's going to happen? And pretty soon the whole thing falls to pieces, right? I think you're going to need more of that conversation.
No, we need more physics. More physics is good to explain why this just doesn't quite work. And I do think
and they get it. They do get it. Yeah. It's not that hard, but it does take some time. And there can be a period where, I hear that there's something new. I hear it's golden. It wasn't golden before. And it's they have some new angle, and that will have to be dispelled.
Okay. All right. I want to ask one last call for any questions. And if not, I think we will say thank you very much to our fabulous panel. And it's been a great discussion. And we are going to move towards closing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going somewhere.
Can we go off? Oh.
All right. If I could ask everyone to stay in their seats, we're going to move towards a conclusion of this year's Arms Control Association annual meeting. But we have a few more things to say, a few more people to thank. And as my good friend and our board chair, Tom, was reminding me, this meeting would not be possible without you, our members, and our donors, including a small but loyal set of major philanthropies. And there are too many to name all right now, but they're all listed in the conference program, which is also available online for those of you watching online. I also want to particularly thank this year the Carnegie Endowment for National Peace, who have been very helpful with technical support and with this beautiful facility, which is where we have traditionally held our meeting. We took a little time away at the National Press Club, but we're back here, and we're very grateful to Carnegie. So thanks to them. And the Arms Control Association is, as you've heard, a relatively small but very active organization. We are an energetic group of people, and I wouldn't look so good in front of you if it wasn't for my fantastic team who, this is really a team effort. Every year it is. Every Arms Control Today issue is. I want to thank Kathy, who you just saw, who was the ringleader, as well as a number of people who you met at the registration table, and of course our top-notch policy team, including Kelsey Davenport, you heard from before. I also want to thank the board of directors. You've heard about Tom, but there are other board members in the audience who have been here today. They are experts, they're advocates. They are providing their expertise and time and energy on volunteer basis, helping to guide ACA and help me provide answers to the difficult issues we're all dealing with these days. And before we stop thanking our board members, we wanted to take a few minutes out for a special recognition of one of our departing board members. Someone who has been a special part of ACA's work for more than 20 years, who's been on the staff as a senior fellow, a board member. And that is Greg Thielman, who is in the audience, all the way here from the great Midwest in Iowa. Greg has spent more than 3 decades in the executive and legislative branches of government, specializing in political, military, and intelligence issues. He was a Foreign Service officer for 25 years in some wonderful places like Brazil, some not so wonderful places like Moscow. He was a political military affairs officer in Germany. He was, to give you an idea of how far back and how important he was in certain roles, he was a special advisor to the assistant to the president and secretary of state on arms control matters, Paul Nitze, and was a State Department advisor on the U.S. delegation on the INF treaty negotiations. And then, very importantly, my favorite part of Greg's career was his role as director of the Strategic Proliferation and Military Affairs Office in the Department of State's Bureau of Intelligence and Research up until 2003. So for those of you who know your history, your WMD history, you will know that Greg was there when the INR team developed the assessment about Iraq's WMD that was not so flawed. It turned out to be quite right. But it was that part of the intelligence community's products that was overlooked by the good people in the Bush administration. And Greg was principled enough at the time to find a way to leave Foggy Bottom, and principled enough to speak up about the flaws in the administration's interpretation of the WMD intelligence. And Greg was at the center of the most popular ACA press conference in our 50-year history, which was in July 2003. If you recall, this is just a few months after the invasion. It was at the National Press Club. We had more cameras than I can remember. And at that press conference, Greg summarized the situation very well. He said, quote, "The principal reason that Americans did not understand the nature of the Iraqi threat, in my view, was the failure of senior administration officials to speak honestly about what the intelligence showed." He said the Bush administration has had a faith-based intelligence attitude, its top-down use of intelligence. We know the answers. Give us the intelligence to support those answers. So that applied very well then, and unfortunately those words are still important today. So after that event, Greg got quite a bit of attention from the press. It led to a 60 minutes segment, 60 Minutes 2 segment, later that year called The Man Who Knew. And Greg was the center of this Scott Pelley reported episode, which won an Emmy Award for Scott Pelley. And so maybe Scott Pelley should give you some sort of award too. I don't know. But look, more importantly, Greg's analysis provided a reality check on our nation's understanding of the pre-war intelligence then, and also how we look at government intel assessments to this day. So from there, Greg went on to serve on the board of the Arms Control Association from 2003 to 2005, and then he went back into government on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence as a professional staff person. And then somehow in 2009, and I can't remember, Greg, maybe we can talk about this later, I somehow persuaded you to join the ACA staff as a senior fellow. And in that role, he provided us with excellent analysis on the threat assessments and the threats that we were facing during that period on nuclear, chem bio, missile proliferation, U.S. strategic arms control, and was a treasured colleague on the staff of at ACA. And it was a tremendous pleasure to be working with him through those years and since then. And he rejoined the board afterwards, and just this year cycled off. So Kelsey, if you could join me for a moment. So in addition to those professional accomplishments, Greg was much more than that and provided a lot of help to the ACA staff, and Kelsey's going to talk about that.
Okay, so It is now my great privilege to try to go a little bit beyond the bio and give you a sense of what Greg has meant to ACA and the broader nuclear community. And I'm going to be really honest, 14 years at ACA, and this is probably the hardest thing I've ever had to write because I know very well I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Greg. But as Daryl said, Greg is very widely known as the man who knew. But to those of us that worked at ACA, Greg was so much more. Greg might more appropriately be called the man who always had a joke, a story, or an obscure piece of trivia fit for every situation. Only from Greg could you get the history of the INF treaty negotiations, a North Korea missile joke, a reflection on the Bible, a story about losing the president's passport, and an obscure fact about Iowa, and you could get this all before lunch. I could also call Greg the man who could work an astounding array of literary references into his analysis. And looking back at one, I realized that really only Greg could reference Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Shakespeare, Mark Twain, and Iran's missile program in a way that all made sense. We could also say that Greg is the man who is single-handedly trying to make sure that everybody uses the terms preventive and preemptive war correctly. And perhaps one of my favorites, Greg is one of the few people who knew exactly what kind of glasses you need to see the Iranian ICBM that would be built with sufficient foreign assistance by 2015. As Greg predicted, 10 years later, we're still waiting to see it. But most importantly, if I had to say one thing about Greg, it is that Greg should be better known as the man who cared. And this is where I'm going to see if my mascara is actually waterproof. Greg, in your time at ACA, you taught us the importance of investing in relationships and the importance of creating community. Because even when the issues were urgent and when it felt like the world was on fire, you never lost sight of the people. The days were always better at ACA when roof landed in our inbox, because that was Greg's signal that we should all gather for lunch upstairs. And at a time when a lot of senior experts talked about fostering the next generation of experts, Greg is one of the few who actually did the work to do it. Greg was, and still is, unstintingly generous in his knowledge, always taking the time to teach and to explain. But more importantly, Greg cared enough about our careers to give us honest feedback. It's always good to hear what you're doing right, but the more critical conversations, the moments that I think truly help us grow, come when someone tells us how we can improve and actually helps us do that. Thanks to you, Greg, we learned to write with greater precision, to realize the importance of every word, and we learned that our perspectives mattered because you took them seriously, because you created opportunities, even for interns, for younger staffers, to write, to attend events, to speak up, and to learn. But just as importantly, and just as important as the teaching, Greg always took the time to listen. No matter how crazy the idea, and I can tell you, I sat in Greg's office and shot off some doozies of ideas, Greg never laughed and he never shot it down. He was a safe sounding board, and a space for venting. You could tell Greg anything. I have probably told Greg everything without any fear of judgment, because you always knew he would try to understand and he would try to help. Greg, your thoughtfulness, your mentorship, your feedback, it really was a true gift. So if I had to sum it up, I would say, Greg, your insights and your wisdom made us better analysts and a more informed community. But more importantly, it was your integrity, your humanity, your humor, and your care that made us better people. You may have formally left ACA, but I know that you will never truly be gone, and we will never forget the impact you have had on this organization. So, because this was a surprise, we're not going to put you on the spot to speak, but I hope you will all join me in thanking Greg for his many years of service to ACA.
All right. we will have, Greg, we will bring you your Lifetime Achievement Award, The Man Who Knew, the first and only that has been developed. All right, Greg needs a quick word. All right. Because
First of all, this aw shucks moment was a complete surprise. And I didn't know that Daryl and Kelsey would be so good at keeping secrets. But the one thing I just wanted to add was after this 60 Minutes program that used this funny title of The Man Who Knew, Undersecretary of State John Bolton, who I had reported to, was asked about it. And he assured the listeners that Thielman knew nothing. So I just want to make sure that you've heard that.
all right, well, later we'll talk about, maybe we'll hear some John Bolton stories from Greg off the record. All right, listen, thank you, everyone. It has been a long afternoon talking about some very heavy subjects. Again, we thank everybody for their dedication, their support, their time. We encourage everybody to persevere. And as Tom mentioned at the beginning, our organization is a relatively small one, and our team is relatively small, and we do all this work with a total annual budget of only about $1.5 million. And it depends on all of you and many people outside this room who contribute, and we really appreciate that, and we look forward to working with you again in the future. This meeting has been recorded online, and we're going to be putting that on our website, armscontrol.org. Thank you, have a good night, be safe, and we are adjourned.